freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist, a town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a communist America and what would happen to a man whose job put him in contact with any representative of a foreign democracy. Carlton Young plays the role of Michael Shepard in Delirium.
Sure thing, Charlie.
Here you are. Working kind of late tonight, huh?
Might as well. I had to kill some time.
At the legation. Some place to kill time.
Well, you know of any better?
Sure do.
I'm afraid my wife wouldn't approve. I was waiting to pick her up at night school.
Oh. Guess that friend of yours over there is waiting to take you over.
Now, what friend?
Been sitting out there in the car, watching the entrance for the last 20 minutes.
That's all? I don't know him from Adam. Besides, I brought my own car.
Must be waiting for someone else.
Yeah, must be. Night, Charlie.
Night, Mr. Shepard. Night, Final. Get your night, Final.
This is ridiculous.
Can I help you, sir?
May I use your phone, please?
We don't have a booth, sir, but you're welcome to use the one behind the counter.
Thanks.
Hampton University.
Mrs. Shepard, please. She's a pupil in medical class.
Sorry, sir. We are not permitted to face pupils during session. Class will be over in 20 minutes, though, and...
Then please give her this message. Her husband was delayed and won't be able to pick her up. He'll meet her at home later.
Any particular time, sir?
There's no telling.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Just tell her I'll try not to be too late.
All right, sir.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, thanks. Just browsing. Hello. Give me the police, please.
What can we do for you, Mr. Shepard?
Huh?
You did ask for the police, didn't you? Well, here I am at your beck and call.
16 Precinct, Sergeant Roston talking.
Never mind.
I'm Lieutenant Caden. Here are my credentials.
Police intelligence. Am I to consider myself arrested?
Of course not.
Then why have you been following me ever since I left the legation?
Oh, merely a precautionary measure, Mr. Shepard.
Precautionary against what? I don't seem to recall having asked for protection.
Well, it was our own contention that you require protection.
But this is preposterous. I'm perfectly capable of judging
I
whether...
believe it would be easier for you to understand if you were given the facts at the station.
All right, then I'll come down there tomorrow.
Well, we think it would be safer if you'd come along with me right now.
Safer for whom?
All of us, Mr. Shepard. All of us.
The symptoms are never quite the same. just as the cause can be traced to a variety of sources. As I said, delirium is primarily a mental disturbance characterized by illusions, hallucinations, and incoherent, rambling speech. Oh, yes, Mrs. Shepard, you have a question?
You pointed out alcoholism or the toxemia of any severe illness as being the primary cause of delirium. Can it be induced only by physical misfunction?
An interesting point, Mrs. Shepard, because only as of late has medical science attributed many physical ailments to a psychosomatic condition, which of course in turn may lead us to believe that even a fever can be induced by marked emotional strain. And as you know, a fever is usually the first stepping stone to delirium. In other words, a poisoned mind can do as much harm as a poisoned body. And therefore, it is interesting to note that... Yes, I repeat, and therefore it is interesting to note that all you lucky people are once again saved by the bell. Good night, everybody.
Professor Bradford, you're getting more devastatingly informative by the lecture. I should have brought an apple.
Well, being the apple of my eye, you'll do nicely. And you may quote me to your husband.
Walk me outside and tell him yourself?
The eternal triangle. And want to cause a scene, huh?
That'll be a day.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure Michael is quite capable of a jealous emotion.
Who can tell? With the nervous strain he's been under, anything could happen.
Nervous strain?
Oh, Mrs. Shepard, your husband called and said he wouldn't be able to pick you up tonight.
Oh, what did I tell you? We found us out.
Did he say why?
No, he just said he'd see you at home later on.
No, none of that irate wife pose. He probably had to work late.
Oh, not tonight, Chris. Will you please drive me home?
Well, of course, Kathy. I don't mean to pry, Kathy, but why couldn't Mike be working late tonight?
He had planned a special evening. Today is our 5th anniversary. Chris, couldn't you go a little faster?
Not if I'm to get you home in one piece. Kathy, let's look at this sensibly. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill?
I wish I were.
Well, everyone can be detained once in a while.
Oh, but this is different.
Don't tell me old Casanova Shepard is stepping out of it.
At least that I could fight. But this tension, this fear that's been hovering over us the last few weeks is something out of reach. A day hasn't passed that we haven't talked about it. Always wondering if it'll happen, when it'll happen. How long will they let him do it?
You mean his job at the Swiss legation?
Yes. Oh, I've asked him to quit so many times, but he simply won't hear of it.
That's what makes him the guy you love.
Yes. Yes, but that won't bail him out of Siberia. As long as he's a citizen of the American Soviet Republic, neither will the Swiss legation. Oh, let's face it, Brad. Nowadays, being in the employ of anyone representing a democracy is practically treason.
All right, here we are. Now, look here, Kathy. If things were that radical, Mike would hardly have been allowed to hold on to his job this long. But it's probably nothing to the entire situation. In a couple of hours, you'll be home and you'll be laughing about this. So, why don't you go inside and wait for him, huh? If he doesn't show up, you can always call me. I'll be home.
All right, Chris.
Hey, look over there. Isn't that Mike waiting for you?
Where?
Over there, right next to that fence.
That isn't Mike.
You sure?
Well, he never wears a hat with the brim turned down.
Oh. Maybe I'd better take you to the door. I see our gloomy friend is leaving. Obviously a jilted lover.
I wonder.
No, there you go again, letting that lively imagination run away with you.
Maybe so. Only remember, we may be ordinary people, but these are no longer ordinary times. Good night, Chris.
Good night, Kathy.
Hello?
Is Michael there?
No, he isn't.
Oh. Well, that's strange. He left here over half an hour ago.
Who is this?
May I ask the same of you?
You may. I'm his wife.
His wife? Oh, I didn't know it. Never mind.
Hello. 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 Hello.
How'd it go?
Like a charm. fell for it all the way.
Good. Call her again in about 15 minutes. Only this time hang up the moment she answers. Keep repeating this every 15 minutes thereafter till I return. I'll be in the next room.
Very well, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Shepard?
How do you do?
I'm Captain Heston. I take it you've already met my aides, Lieutenant Pickman and Lieutenant Caden.
Yes, I've had the pleasure.
Then the gentlemen must have told you why you were here.
No, they haven't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Ever since I've been brought here, all I've been told was to empty my pockets under the desk.
Rather reasonable, don't you think?
I don't see why. I've never carried any weapons, nor do I have anything to hide.
Part of a man's makeup and being is usually reflected by what he carries in his pockets. And we must know all about you if you expect us to give you protection.
Protection from what?
Foreign influences. You wouldn't like to see your country destroyed by such influences, would you?
I'm an American.
Better yet, a citizen of the American Soviet Republic. Am I correct?
I'm an American.
Do you feel that you're acting in the interests of your country by being in the employ of the Swiss legation?
Yes, I do.
Then how do you explain your activities as a spy for a foreign nation?
I am not a spy.
Now, look here, my good man. We have proof to the contrary. Surely once you embarked upon those activities, you must have resigned yourself to our eventual discovery of same. It's that very resignation which gives most spies such remarkable courage.
I said I am not a spy.
Oh, of course you're not. We wouldn't want that expert training of yours to go down the drain so soon, would we now? I like resistance. It's part of the game. Makes my job more interesting. Lieutenant Pickman, get Dr. Grover and stand by with him in the outer office till I call you.
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Let's have another look at your files. Most illuminating, Mr. Shepard. Most illuminating. Looking at you, one would never suspect this comic strip dash and daring that goes with your record.
Tag?
And such an attractive wife, too.
Leave her out of this.
I can see why. If you cooperate, we may not have to touch upon any phase of this.
Any phase of what?
We're not in the habit of airing our suspects' dirty linen, unless we're given no choice. But I'm sure with the help of Lieutenant Caden, you'll spare us this embarrassment. Lieutenant, please show Mr. Shepard how to take up the relaxed position against the wall.
Mr. Shepard, would you kindly step over to this wall? All right. Now, please face the wall. No, just a little closer, so that the tips of your fingers touch the wall with your outstretched arm. No, just your index fingers. There. That's fine. Now, step back. Now, keep your heels to the floor. There, that's it. Now, lean forward with the index finger of each hand against the wall so that you can support your weight and maintain your balance. There. Now, slide your feet back another foot. There. Now, isn't that easy?
If you say so. And it'll become even easier as you keep answering some questions. As a matter of fact, the sooner you tell us about your espionage operation, the earlier you'll be relieved of this silly position.
I repeat, I am not a spy.
Then how come your wife has already admitted that you are?
You're bluffing.
You trust her?
Implicitly.
Why?
Because I love her.
Poor reason. Comfortable?
Yes.
Good. We don't want you to lose your equilibrium when a wife's honor is at stake.
I've never questioned her honor.
Then how do you explain her informing on you?
I don't believe it. It's a lie.
Still comfortable?
No.
Too bad. Especially since you don't seem to understand that we'll consider the circumstances once you admit your guilt. We know that deep down you're one of us. You merely lost your way. The confusion, your inner conflict should be blamed, not you.
I can account for all my actions. They're all clear and above board. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, there now, Mr. Shepard. You can't switch fingers. Just the index fingers, remember?
But they're swollen. So painful. They can't hold me any.
Of course they can. You'd be surprised at a brave man's physical endurance. Last week I had a friend of yours here. He stood like this for 2 full hours, naturally with a few interruptions. But the moment he'd regained consciousness, there he be, stretching out his fingers like a good little soldier. To what do you attribute your wife's actions?
What actions?
How could you have helped but notice?
What are you talking about?
Say, Caden, do you find it warm in here?
Why, no, sir.
Strange. Mr. Shepard's shirt seems to be drenched with perspiration.
I can't anymore. There's a world. The floor is moving.
Caden, the wet towel, quickly. We mustn't have Mr. Shepard faint. Here, give it to me. Just a little cold compress on the neck, Mr. Shepard, and you'll feel better in a jiffy.
That's enough, please. That's enough. I'm fine again. Please.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes, about that friend of yours. He finally told us all about how he collaborated with you.
I have not collaborated with anyone.
You mean to tell me you don't remember Charles Martin?
I don't know any Charles Martin.
Mr. Shepard seems tired. Let's get him a chair.
There you are, Mr. Shepard. Now, let's wake up. Let's stay lively.
Why, you know what? What do you want? What do you want?
Have a cigarette?
Yes, please.
Please what?
A cigarette.
I thought you didn't smoke.
Of course I don't. I mean, I do.
You just said you didn't.
I said I don't, but that was because you made me.
How could I make you say something you wouldn't want to say?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's just it. You don't know your own mind anymore. You may have done some things which you weren't fully aware of.
That cigarette. Could I have it, please?
Certainly. Why didn't you say so to begin with? There you are. Match?
Thanks.
What about your wife?
What about her?
Really, Mr. Shepard, you're a fool, a blind fool, but you did admit that you were spying for the Swiss legation, didn't you?
I said nothing of the kind.
Oh, that is peculiar. It seems to me that only a minute ago a certain position against the wall made you think more clearly. Shall we try it again?
Oh, please. Please, my fingers. They feel like hot iron.
Mr. Shepard, these are civilized times. I wouldn't think of subjecting you to any ordeal without medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Please have Lieutenant Pickman bring in Dr. Grover.
Yes, sir.
Nothing like a doctor's care makes you appreciate the neighborly functions of our modern society. Hey, Mr. Shepard?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I said yes.
Didn't you say something else?
I may have said yes, sir.
You may have, don't you know?
I do.
You do what?
I know that I know.
We have proof to the contrary.
You need protection.
And such an attractive wife.
Now, please face the wall.
You are listening to Delirium, starring Carlton Young. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
I won't! It's all wrong. I was just doing a job. Just a job.
That's all right, Mr. Shepard. Everything is going to be just fine.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Dr. Grover. I just this minute came in.
I didn't know.
Of course you didn't. You're upset. Now, you'd like to get well, wouldn't you?
I guess so.
So, why don't we just dig deep down to the real root of all this trouble, eh?
You're a psychiatrist.
Naturally.
There's nothing wrong with my mind.
That's precisely what I'm here to find out. Remember now, I'm your doctor.
Yes.
I must have the truth. Why are you worried about your wife?
Not.
You are? Only your subconscious won't let you admit it, eh?
Admit what?
About your wife and Professor Bradford.
What about them?
Calm now, Mr. Shepard. I'm your doctor. We must set aside pride and vanity. You and I both know you're considering Bradford your best friend.
Yeah, but haven't...
It hurt to learn about his relationship with your wife, didn't it?
Chris? Oh, don't make me laugh.
you're laughing already.
What else can I do? You don't expect me to believe this?
There is nothing to believe. You've known it all along. It's been gnawing at your inside for weeks. That's why you couldn't help yourself. You had to seek some reckless adventure, be a figure of importance in an international intrigue. Your ego needed a shock treatment. It had to be bolstered to overcome its wound.
Indeed, Mr. Shepard, that's how spies are born. Only we understand the process of birth. The many circumstances which remove the criminal label. Now, you see this paper here? It merely gives the facts. The only thing missing is your signature. Really nothing incriminating about this, just something for the record.
What kind of...
Oh, it's your conscience, Mr. Shepard. Your conscience must shed its burden. Isn't that correct, Doctor?
Definitely. This is the kind of confession that shows no malice, just really.
And only the Swiss legation assumes responsibility. After all, you had accepted your job in good faith, never suspecting that they were misusing you to their diabolic advantage.
Yes, easy.
Nothing to it. This is relief.
No.
Do you feel all right?
No.
Your face seems flushed. You're not worried about your wife, are you?
No, I just feel hot. My head is burning. I don't know. It's my eyes that are heating like coal.
Would you like to cool off against the wall?
Yeah,
Here, let me take you over to it. Remember, there's more strength in your fingers than in your mind.
No, please, not.
But you could do it now. You're strong enough to protect the legation, all by yourself, single-handed. So what possible harm could a bare wall do you? A strong-willed tower of strength like you? Here, now let's put out those arms. That's right. Now stand back.
No, the paper. Give me the paper. Give me the paper.
One, 2, 3 o'clock. Oh, Chris, what am I going to do?
Please, Kathy, let me give you a sedative so you can get some rest. Nothing else can be done till morning, and I'm sure by then there'll be a very simple explanation for all this.
Oh, I'm so glad you came over. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Are you sure there was nothing familiar about the voice of that woman? It could have been just a gag played by a friend of yours.
No. You know how sharp my sense for voices is. If anything, it betrayed a deliberate, malicious trick. And that's what makes it so frightening. Mike hasn't the makings of a backdoor lover. If there was someone else, I would have read it in his face the day it happened.
Wait. I think I heard the front door.
Michael, is it you?
Hi. Were you expecting someone else?
Oh, Michael, where have you been?
Please, Kathy, not now. My head. I've got to lie down.
Oh, Michael, what did they do to you? I knew it must have been them. It was all rigged up that way.
Rigged up? Who's in the living room?
Chris, we've both been waiting for you.
Oh?
Oh, your head is worried sick.
I bet.
Michael, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Michael, it's good to see you. You gave us quite a fright.
I did.
You look kind of peaked. What on earth happened to you?
The long expected.
Secret police.
Yes, with all the trimmings. The wall and everything. The wall. Tell me, Chris, have you ever faced a wall?
Here, Michael, you better lie down for a while.
Take your hands off me.
Darling, Chris is only trying to help.
Like he's helping himself to you?
Michael, what are you talking about?
Let me see this.
Have your secrets, huh? Even when I'm still in the room.
Oh, darling, you're not well.
Not
please.
well. Suits you fine, doesn't it, Chris? Only I'm well enough to...
Michael! Stop it! Stop it! You're choking him! Oh, Michael, please! Whatever they make you think it isn't true!
What else could you say?
Oh, listen, please! He tried to make me believe you were with another woman! They had her call here! Michael, they had her call here!
Wait! No. Oh, it isn't true. But it is. I don't know. They said it. I signed it. It's a confession. I'm a spy. That's what they said. I signed it. I signed it.
Michael, where are you going?
I don't know. I don't know. Mike, wait.
Oh, Chris, what are we going to do?
I'll go and try to bring him back. In the meantime, call Dr. Levin. A fever, the hallucinations, it has all earmarks.
Delirium?
Yes, a very special kind. You could call it menticide, a psychological method of breaking down the mind. You heard him talk about confession, didn't you? Well, Menticide breaks a man's willpower, makes him confess to almost anything.
Oh, please, Chris, hurry before he gets away.
You're too close on his tail. You better slow down a little.
Driving like a madman. Don't want to lose him.
Wonder why he left home again. I was just getting settled for the night.
Maybe his wife kicked him out. Remember the stunt the chief pulled on her? The dame calling? Right, hold on. Here we go again.
He must have spotted us.
Yeah. Look, he's no fool. Heading straight for the legation.
What do they want to do that for?
Kind of a sanctuary, like an island. Foreign territory right in the midst of everything.
Okay. We better get him before he gets in.
Yeah. All right. Come on. There he goes. Look. He can't get in the front door.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Hey, he's cutting over to the window. Oh, I'll be. Went right through it.
I gotta hand it to him. That guy wants his freedom in the worst way.
Yeah.
What now?
Oh, nothing much. Let's have a smoke.
A smoke? But you...
Relax. There's a bench. Let's go over and sit down. Here. Want one?
Yeah, thanks. Well, where do we go from here?
No place. He's got to come out of there sooner or later.
You have just heard what would happen to any American under a communist regime if he were employed by a foreign legation. You think this could not happen? It did happen in communist-dominated Bulgaria. It did happen to Michael Shipkov, who was employed by the U.S. legation. Michael Shipkov was arrested and forcibly persuaded by the secret police to sign a false confession of espionage. After the interrogation, he returned to the legation to make a written report of what he had been forced to do. He was later sentenced to 15 years in prison. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Carlton Young as Michael Shepard in Delirium. Don Randolph was Bradford, Dan O'Herlihy was Heston, and Marjorie Hochel was Catherine. Others in the cast were Paul Richards, Fay Baker, Michael Mark, Byron Kane, Jim Nusser, Lamont Johnson, and David Duval. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Delirium was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. Thomas Gomez plays the role of Joseph Maston in The Bishop of Springfield.
My dear brethren, what doth it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his soul? From Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. In observing the world of today, there can be little doubt of the significance of this question. When Jesus asked it of Peter, it was a direct question. But we must ask ourselves now, if even then, in his infinite wisdom, Jesus did not see a day some thousands of years hence when it could be again asked of a man whose ambitions have dwarfed the plans of Alexander and Caesar. It has been said to us by our rulers that man has no soul, or that if he has, that soul belongs to the state.
Hey, somebody shut that guy up. I can't hear Fisher.
He's right. Let's throw the copper out.
Yeah, then let's take a mass and start all over again. All right. Why don't you know
Joseph, what happened? It's not even 11:30 yet.
They were there again.
They?
Yes, they. Who else? The whole local contingent. Every communist in Springfield who wasn't busy plotting some other inspired evil. Oh, Mother, I'm sorry I shouted at you. I hope my soul proves to be stronger than my body.
What happened?
The usual. Nothing direct. Nothing I could throw back at them. Just a mild riot. Mild enough to break up the services.
You couldn't do anything?
I didn't try this time. Where's the Reverend Mr. Cleary?
In the next room, in bed.
Oh, of course. How is he?
Oh, he'll be all right. His rheumatism comes and goes with the season.
I might as well tell him what happened. Come along if you wish. Francis, wake up.
I'm wide awake. Pardon me for saying that not many a man born of flesh and blood can sleep when Bishop Maston blows his top. You'll pardon the expression.
That's right. Calm me down. Make me forget my anger.
No, I don't mean to do that.
You heard what happened?
Only too clearly.
Francis, what am I going to do?
You're the bishop. It's up to you. Every churchgoer in Springfield looks to Bishop Maston for guidance.
The communists said we'd still have our freedom of religion when they took over America. We didn't know how all-devouring this new Caesar would be. All up and down the state, they're working feverishly to turn as many men as they can away from God. It's a tyranny. Tyranny that tramples on the most sacred human rights. A tyranny that denies, even in theory, that the individual has a right to develop his abilities, his talents, his tastes. The weaker the opposition, the stronger it grows. I have to fight it. I must.
All right, Talbot, tell me about it.
I've been assigned to watch the rectory since Tuesday.
Yes, I know. Get to the point.
Wednesday morning, some people stopped by.
You have all their names?
Yeah, they've all been checked. There were no party members. Anyway, they were each carrying sacks full of shoes. In the afternoon, there were more, and then ever since then, 5 or 10 parties a day have been dropping into the rectory, all of them with more shoes.
For what?
Poor parishioners, I suppose.
How touching. Poor parishioners, you say. Don't be naive. They're for... Hey, the black market. Yes, that's a good one. Maston is collecting shoes to sell on the black market so he can make money to fill his belly.
Bishop Maston, come in. Sit down.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
That's a dangerous statement, Burton, even for a lawyer.
Living is dangerous these days, Bishop.
That's what I came to see you about.
Living?
or dying, or something that is neither life nor death.
They've threatened you.
Of course, but that's of little significance. They threatened our whole democratic way of life when they took America over. They've carried out the threat. So what's one communistic warning to one Midwestern bishop?
What happened?
Boss Jeffries paid me a visit.
About the separation?
Yes, seems I'm one of the few bishops in this part of the country still fighting the Comintern's proposal that we liberate the church and have it join the communist fold.
What did you say?
I told him I'd never change my policy or take back any of the things I said against the communist government.
Well, that's as good as hanging yourself. You know that.
I know. But it's something I've said to hundreds of people, my friends and my enemies. I've written it down. I want you to have it. To record it or register it or do something so that it won't die with me. Here, read it.
Be it known by all men that the principles I have lived by to this day are my own and will never be rejected by me. Be it known that any confession that might appear someday over my signature would only be the result of human frailty or diabolical acts through which I might be tricked or drugged. I will never reject my people or my God.
You should be able to take care of that, Burton. You're a lawyer.
No. Oh, I'll do what I can with it, but I'm not a lawyer anymore.
Burton.
Could you go on being a bishop if you had to preach that communism was your God? Could a writer who loved liberty go on writing and exalting the theories of communism? Could a thirsty man enjoy a glass of water when he knew it was poisoned? Nor can I practice law and justice when there's nothing left of it but an unholy version that can be revised every minute to pamper the needs of the state.
But you're giving up. You can't do that. People are still fighting.
Yes, I'm giving up. I'm waiting to die. Bishop Maston, you've got something to turn to, a faith, a soul, a God, something as tangible to you as admittance to the bar was to me when we were a democracy. But they've made a mockery of everything I hold dear. I'm just a pawn in a courtroom when the communists move the pieces. This statement you gave me, well, ordinarily we could buy an advertisement in the papers and print it. We could send it out over the news wires. We could rent billboards. We could hire an auditorium and have you preach it to thousands of people. But what can I do with this statement now? The state controls the papers and the communists control the state. There's only one news wire, the government news wire. There's no such thing as billboards because advertising is capitalistic and opposed to the theories of communism. Auditoriums may be used only by high-ranking party members. The government owns everything. With a possible exception of your soul, Bishop Maston. Come on, I still have an automobile. Only because they had so many here, they didn't know what to do with them. I'll drive you home.
Gentlemen, I called you all here on behalf of Mr. Jeffries. The Maston case has come to a head. As you know, we've been exploiting every possibility in order that his church doesn't look up to him as a martyr. We've had little success. The man is remarkably strong and equally stubborn. More drastic steps will have to be taken. Miss Winslow, will you read the memo from Mr. Jeffries? Just the last part.
Yes, sir. In view of the situation, I am recommending the formation of a Maston elimination group with you in charge. You will begin with an all-out campaign of propaganda and intimidation against the bishop. A full detail of secret police will be assigned to him 24 hours a day, thus supplementing the smaller detail now working on the case. All his mail is to be censored. His telephone's tapped.
That's enough, Miss Winslow.
Measures aren't very strong, Mr. Ryder. Don't you think Jeffries is being too lenient?
Not lenient. Rather, let us say tactful. If we can get Maston to submit without causing a public issue, we'll save the party a great deal of time and money. Making a martyr of him would keep his sentiments alive long after his death. Jeffries is well aware of this. However, you must remember he has given me a free hand. I intend to use it. We will begin by causing a series of accidents. Fires, broken store windows, the stoning of automobiles, especially those of people who still attend his services. That failing, arrests will begin, not with Maston.
Mrs. Chandler, always nice to see you.
Thank you, Bishop. I don't know as how you'll think so after I've had my little say.
Nothing you can say will change the Mrs. Chandler I've known for 17 years.
We won't be at the services anymore, Bishop. They smashed his store this morning. They threw rocks through the window.
Oh, no.
Broke the showcases, stole half the merchandise, and then they beat him up. He's in the hospital now. We haven't done anything to aggravate them.
Except attend church.
Oh, I want to keep attending for the children's sake. To keep the idea of God alive in their mind. But what good is it? They have to attend their school, and since it's been nationalized, any good we try to do is destroyed by the classroom. Bishop, I don't know what to say. Just forgive us and pray for us.
Yes, that's one thing they can't take away from us no matter what they do. Prayer. That is, as long as someone keeps the idea of prayer alive, as long as there's someone to keep it alive.
I want the records for the trial completed within the week.
Yes, sir.
Judge Blackburn is arriving Saturday. He's going to take charge of everything. Conveniently enough, he will also be the presiding judge at the trial.
Well, then there'll be a trial.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sick of wasting time. Everything Jeffrey suggested has failed. One more thing. I want you to arrange for transportation from Moscow for Professor Vasily Gerson. The details are all set. He'll be prepared to leave by tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Should I know that name, Gerson? Sounds familiar.
Yes, you might know it. He's been active in every major trial which involved a confession. It's Gerson, you see, who will make certain that Bishop Maston renounces everything for which he has stood.
This may be the last time we shall all meet together. If the Lord is willing, I shall be wrong. Nonetheless, I will make the same statement next Sunday and every week until it is so. For I am now certain that the time will soon come when I shall be waiting my turn in a hangman's cell. What turn of events will bring me there, what knowledge you will have of it, I have no way of knowing. Therefore, before you and God, I will say this. No matter what their intentions are for me, life, imprisonment, torture, or death, I will never alter my opinions on communism or deny my opposition to it. For us to survive, the church must survive separately. It must never become an organ of the communistic government. I will never condone that union. I ask Almighty God to be my witness. Don't anybody leave.
You, up there. Your name?
I am Bishop Joseph Maston.
You're under arrest.
You are listening to The Bishop of Springfield, starring Thomas Gomez. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town, a town we call Springfield, USA.
Right down here, Mr. Ryder, into the corridor.
The door's locked?
Open from the outside.
You needn't come any further, then. I want to see him alone.
Yes, sir. There's a light switch just to the right as you enter.
No, I know. Hello, Master. It's so dark in here. What's the matter, Master? Oh, of course, the light hurts your eyes. Well, no need for it. There. Hungry? Thirsty, perhaps? Why is it that the strong type is always silent?
How long have I been here?
About 75 hours. It's raining out. Did you know that?
What do you want?
So brief, so to the point. I thought you'd like to make a little conversation. You must be awful.
What do you want?
Lonely. All right. I'll tell you what I want. I want to bargain with you. Now, that's a fair enough statement. We try to do things justly. I want to make a trade with you. You give me something, I'll give you your freedom.
Freedom? Why are you so afraid of me?
Oh, come now, Master. We may fool most of the people, the masses, but not your kind.
Then I've been right all along. The state is making certain that the church doesn't have a new martyr.
Of course. Now, about my offer. And before I make it, let me remind you of the last 75 hours, and of the hours, the days, the weeks to come. All right, then. It's this simple. You can go on holding services as long as you wish. Only there will be no more sermons or any public statements. That's the bargain. That's all there is to it.
A bargain with God. That's your offer in return for my liberation from this cell. Mr. Ryder, this room is in darkness. You see nothing here. Not these walls, this floor, not me, not yourself. You may as well be blind. But with me, Mr. Ryder, it's different. I've lived in this darkness now for a long time. Ever since the communists took over this country, I've existed in an ominous black cavern far more oppressive than the darkness of this cell. Yes, Ryder, I'm used to it. I've even learned to see in it, and through it. This very instant, you don't see me, but I see you for what you are and what you're doing to the world. You wish to know what I see? I see a system that's destroying the last vestige of human dignity and integrity. A system that denies man the privilege of his own considered judgment. You're removing from humanity the right to think, to hold an opinion, to look to its own conscience. Your system stamps out the God-given power of love and substitutes the new God-given power of hate and contempt for all that is good and right in this world. You move maliciously and insidiously. You destroy freedom step by subtle step. And now you're trying to press out the one thing we have left to turn to, religion. Today you make an offer to continue services, but no sermon. Tomorrow there will be God, but no services or praise for him. The day after that there will be no God, but the new God. I say again what I've said to all of you before. I will never change my policy toward the communist state. I will never agree to a union between the church and the state.
You're right through here, Professor Gerson.
Good.
You won't want me then, eh?
It will not be necessary.
All right, I'll wait upstairs.
The equipment is all in place?
Just as you ordered it.
All right, good day. Well, you look very comfortable, Mr. Maston. You like the chair I had placed here and the small light?
Who are you?
My name is Gerson, Professor Gerson. You've heard of me, Mr. Franklin?
Maston. Maston's the name.
Huh? Oh, of course. Everybody always says the Professor Kotoff is absent-minded. I guess it's true.
Thought you said Gerson.
Gerson? No, who is he, a friend?
No, you just call yourself Kotoff. I thought your name was Gerson.
Oh, I see, Mr. Gerson. You thought my name was Maston. Is that right, Franklin?
So that's how you work. This is the beginning.
Of course. You see what I'm trying to do. You are perfectly normal now, so I am unable to accomplish very much today. Now, drink this, Mr. Gerson.
No.
It's just lemonade, Franklin. Look, I'll drink it myself. Oh, no, I won't either.
Stop it.
This hypodermic needle, I'll give you a shot. It will help the pain.
I have no pain.
Where does it hurt most, Reverend Cleary?
I was thinking of the Reverend Francis Cleary all of a sudden. He has rheumatism.
You do, Reverend Cleary. Then your legs hurt. What time is it?
I don't know.
Drink this. It will help the time.
No.
What's your name?
Maston.
Strange. That's my name. Bishop Maston. I thought you were Gerson.
You're Gerson. You,
Mr. Franklin. You're confusing me. the needle. It will stop your rheumatism. Stand up. Quickly. My name is Gerson. You are master, correct?
No, Yes.
You will drink this, all right?
No.
Why not, Franklin? Too dark, perhaps? I'll turn on the light. You're hungry, Professor. You should be. And thirsty. Drink this, Professor Gerson.
No.
And I will. You see, it's good. Try some, Franklin. Franklin? Oh, no. That's not your name. What is your name?
Mass.
Sit down. Stand. Stay standing. The needle, the hypodermic needle.
No, stop it. Stop it.
Stop the theory. Why should I stop? What's your name?
Master. No. Yes.
Sit down. Your arm, Mr. Williamson. Give me your arm.
Stop.
What time do you think it is? Who are you? I am Bishop Maston.
Gerson. I'm Gerson. Bishop Gerson.
All right. Sleep now. You're very tired. But first, your arm. This will make it easier for both of us. You will see. In a few days, you will see. My staff is ready to continue.
How's it going?
The biodynamic treatment has never failed, Mr. Ryder. You see, there are two drugs, actagon and mescaline. They overstimulate and break down the nervous system to the point where the difference between fact and fancy fades out, and memory becomes so plastic it can be molded by any capable operator.
He's a strong man.
Yes. The first day I saw him, no food, no sleep for nearly 4 days, yet it was very difficult to confuse him. It's different now. The drugs are taking their effect. If you wish to observe, we can watch. What you will see under your very eyes is a complete transformation of character.
You're lying.
No.
You preached that sermon, not clearing.
What about the 720 pair of shoes?
For the poor.
Lies. You were going to sell them on the black market.
No, I wasn't going to sell them there.
Then where were you going to sell them?
I don't remember.
Lies.
But you were going to sell them.
Will you sign a confession admitting it?
No.
Lies. Don't turn around, face the wall.
You said the Communist Party denies the right of human integrity.
Will you admit that's a lie? These are lies, Maston, all lies. How much did you make on the black market?
Nothing.
Lies, Maston, lies, all lies. Lies.
All right. Stop it a moment. Spell. How long has he been standing?
40 hours, Professor. This is my fourth shift.
Bring him a chair. Professor?
Yes, sir.
Coffee, quick.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Maston. Give me that, Professor.
Here you are, Professor.
Pour some more. All right, now, Maston. And hold your head. You drink this.
Yes.
Some more. Professor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Drink, Master.
Thank you.
You want some food?
Yes.
Well, after you answer some questions the way we want you to. All right, all of you. Begin again. Continue all night. Maston on your feet. Face the white wall. Turn the light. Good. Now begin. And do not stop. Go on.
Do you still oppose the party?
How much did you get for the shoes?
Where is this God you talked about? Lies.
Well, what is it? Why so quiet in here?
He passed out, Professor.
Well, finally.
After 66 hours on his feet, it's no wonder.
What happened?
Oh, he had 27 cups of coffee, but there was no effect. Last night, his feet and legs began swelling. Must have been pain. He fell down several times. We took off his shoes, asked him some more questions, and about 10 minutes ago, he collapsed.
Bring him to at once.
Yes, sir.
All right, Master. Come on. Wake up. Wake up!
Some water. That's enough. You'll be all right. Maston, you're hungry, no? You want something to eat?
Food? Eat. What do you want of me?
Come, he's broken. He'll do anything I tell him now. Get the letter.
It's right here, Professor.
Listen to this, Maston. We just want you to sign it, and then we let you rest for a few days. It only says,
what you have already admitted in this room. Now listen. I wish to lessen the present tension. Is that true, Maston?
Yes.
I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the acts in the indictment. Correct, Maston? After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that an
present tension, I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the acts in the indictment. After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that an agreement between church and state is necessary. I hereby willingly declare, free from pressure, of course, that I am willing to withdraw from the exercise of my duties for a time. Signed, Bishop Joseph Maston. This confession was given to the court this morning to be read before the beginning of the trial. Will the clerk call Joseph Maston to the stand?
Joseph Maston, take the stand. Place your hand on the book. Do you, Bishop Joseph Maston, by this manifesto of the people's will, agree to tell the entire truth before the people and the almighty state?
I do.
Bishop Maston, did anyone force you to make your confession?
No.
Then how do you account for your firm attitude previous to this trial and the letter to the clergy of this state in which you mentioned you would never announce your opposition to our communist state?
I want to say that I see things differently now. I regret my error. I want the letter and all the things I said to be considered null and void.
You offer no defense of your past actions, then?
None whatsoever. If I collided with the laws of communism, I regret it. I am sure while remaining faithful to basic principles, I would do certain things differently in the same situation today. I have never been the enemy of the American people. I have no quarrel with the workers or with the people to whom my family belongs. I can say no more, except to repeat that I regret my error.
This court is satisfied with your confession.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of God under a communist regime. You have heard what would happen to any American man of God if communism took over America. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Hungary. It did happen to Cardinal Joseph Mindszenty. In 1949, Cardinal Mindszenty was sentenced to life imprisonment. It took the Hungarian uprising of 1956 to free him, and when that revolution was crushed, Cardinal Mindszenty was forced to seek refuge in the American legation, where he has remained ever since. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Thomas Gomez as the Bishop in The Bishop of Springfield. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a poet of the people. The story of what happens to all creative writing under a communist regime. The story is called The Monkey's Cage.
Well, are you sure Ramsey hasn't been there tonight? Okay.
Have him call us.
Tell him to call the magazine if he shows up.
No luck?
No, his brother hasn't seen him.
Have you tried his house?
6 times. His landlady threatens to call the cops if I bother her again.
Oh, this is ridiculous. A man doesn't go away without leaving a message. Somebody must know where he is.
Can't we hold off his story until next month's issue of the Digest?
How? We've announced it for this issue, and Bromfield has already done the drawings for it. This isn't like Ramsey. He's always taken his work seriously.
Yeah, and sometimes he takes it a little too seriously.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Did you ever hear him sound off when he's had a couple of drinks?
No.
Well, I have. Just the other night, as a matter of fact. We stopped in at the Blue Moon for a nightcap. One drink led to another, and before I could stop him, Ramsey started popping off about the curse of communism.
That's it.
What?
Look, Bennett, it's been 5 years since the communists took over our country.
You think they picked up Ramsey?
When somebody disappears these days, he hasn't gone to the mountains for a vacation.
Yeah.
There's one chance. Call the Blue Moon and ask Joe if he's seen Ramsey lately.
Well, he saw him the other night.
Ask him if he's seen Ramsey since then.
Okay, but I don't think it'll do any good.
It's a chance.
Hello, Blue Moon Cafe.
Hello, Joe.
Yeah?
This is Gil Bennett, Springfield Digest.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bennett.
Joe, have you seen Mr. Ramsey today?
Oh, yesterday.
Or yesterday?
No, I haven't.
Hasn't been in at all?
No, I haven't seen him for quite a while.
Well, you saw him the other night.
I don't remember.
He was standing at the bar with me.
Sorry, I don't remember.
Now, just a second. I know I was there with Ramsey. And I also know we talked to you. And you talked to us. You even told Ramsey he was drinking too much. Do you remember that?
No. And you'd better forget it.
Look, Joe.
Gotta hang up customers.
Hello, Joe! Joe! Hung up.
Of course. He's afraid to say anything.
And they've really got Ramsey.
Yeah. But only Commissar Yeager and his brain trust know what's happened to him. The other night was just a topper. They've probably tailed him for weeks, months. They'll be gunning for all of us before they're through. Yes, they'll get everybody who has any influence in the people's way of thinking. And where's a better place to start than with a literary magazine? They've stopped Ramsey from talking and writing. Who's next is anybody's guess.
What about Lambert?
Charles?
Well, his poetry is read by millions.
Not in 100 years would they find anything in his poetry which could even vaguely be interpreted as anti-communistic.
Well, you never can tell.
I know what I'm talking about. Why, for years, Charles Lambert has been writing about typical Americana, about the people. Even when he won the Pulitzer Award and went to England for 8 years, he still wrote about the things he remembered here in America. No, they'd never touch anybody like Charles Lambert. He's one man who's safe.
Charles, dear.
Judith, come in. I didn't hear you. The rain.
It's late, dear. Hadn't you better come to bed?
I'm almost finished.
Oh, you're pouring for the Springfield Digest?
Yes. I'll read you what I have. I called it The Wheel of Life.
Good title.
These things are real. The rain that soaks the ground. The soil that grows alfalfa, grain, and corn. The crops that feed the cattle and the pigs. The food that fills our bellies gives us life. A fleeting thought, a moment at a time. These things are real, and they are all that count. These things are free. A lover's tender kiss. A baby's smile. The thought, this child is mine. The firm and honest handshake of a friend. The robin's song, the apple trees in bloom. The beauty of the autumn's changing hues. These things are free. And so remember them. That's all I have so far.
Oh, I like it. It's you remembering all those years back on your father's farm in Iowa.
Is it that obvious in autobiography?
Well, when a woman is married to the same man for 35 years, there's little about him she doesn't know.
Has it been that long?
35 next Christmas.
I've lost track. I've lost track of a lot of things recently.
We all have, dear.
So unbelievable, Judith. In so short a time to have lost so much. 5 years. It won't be long before every last suggestion of American democracy will be wiped out. Now that the communists have taken over.
Oh, you're tired, dear. Why don't you come to bed?
I will. In a little while. I want to finish my work so I can take it to the digest in the morning.
Well, all right, but don't be too long.
I won't. Good night.
Good night, dear. Oh, dear, I do hope the storm will be over soon. You never know when that lightning is going to strike.
Good morning, Russ.
Oh, Charles, come in.
Here's my latest effort for the digest.
Written in your usual earthy style, of course.
Well, decide that for yourself. After all, you're the editor of this magazine.
Never been a time I didn't like your stuff?
No, but times have changed, my friend.
Yes, they have.
What's wrong?
Commissar Yeager and the Union of Soviet American Writers insisted that I put a couple of loyal party members on staff to be sure we keep our literary noses clean. Outside of that, all's right with the world. Let's see what you've written.
Judith insists it's my autobiography in verse.
These things are real. The rain that soaks the ground, the soil that grows alfalfa, grain, corn.
I'm positive it's innocuous enough to be acceptable, even to the administration of the Union of Soviet American Writers.
This is good.
Think there's anything in it that might offend Commissar Yeager?
Can't see anything. It's a poem about the people. That should please him. What's so funny?
Oh, I was just wondering what Yeager's mob would do to some of our other American poets who wrote about the people. Emerson, Walt Whitman, Sandburg. I remember one of Sandburg's poems. The strong men keep coming on. They go down shot, hanged, sick, broken. They live on fighting, sighing, lucky as plungers, the strong mothers pulling them on, the strong mothers pulling them from a dark sea, a great prairie, a long mountain. Call hallelujah, call amen, call deep thanks. The strong men keep coming on.
If Sandburg wrote that today, they'd boil him in oil for advocating the overthrow of communist rule in America.
Excuse me, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, what is it, Fred?
Commissar Yeager would like to speak with you.
Yeager?
Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir.
Yeager here? Think it means trouble?
No, I don't think so. Probably just on a tour of inspection.
Well, I'm leaving. Mr. Yeager and I have nothing in common.
I'll let you know what happens.
Bye. Bye, Russ.
Bye.
Oh, hello, Yeager.
Commissar Yeager, Lambert.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. See you later, Russ.
Right. Come in, Commissar.
I see Lambert hasn't learned yet that we don't accept familiarity between the workers and the administration.
Sit down.
Thank you.
You'll have to forgive him, Commissar. Those poets live in a world of their own.
Yes. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
The administration isn't happy with some of the writing in the Springfield Digest.
But we haven't printed...
You are popularizing the works of writers whose literary and political thoughts conflict with ours. Your writers have forgotten that the first aim of Soviet American culture is the education of the people to party doctrine and policy.
Where do our writers conflict?
They concern themselves with a form of writing that is empty and foreign to the way in which we are educating the Soviet American people. This Charles Lambert is a good example. His verses are saturated with a spirit of pessimism and melancholy.
But he writes about the people. His poetry is simple, honest, and most certainly not foreign to the communist line of thought. Here, this is his latest poem. Read it for yourself.
The wheel of life.
Yes, he writes about things we see around us, things which are part of our everyday lives.
This is what you would call art for art's sake.
Yes, I would.
It's filled with words which mean nothing. It speaks of personal pleasures and property which belongs to the individual. Here, A baby's smile. The thought, this child is mine. Under the Soviet-American government, Taylor, the children belong to the state.
But...
You claim he writes about the people. But this poem, filled with individualistic thinking, would bring harm to the cause of the education of our Soviet-American youth. We can't accept it. Do you understand?
Yes.
The idealistic years of your American literature are over. Finished. You are now living in a true democracy. It is evident that you have been publishing worthless works because you were afraid of offending a friend. But from now on, the Springfield Digest will accept no more pap like this work of Lambert's. From now on, all your writers will conform to the party line. Our literature cannot have interests other than the interests of the state and the people.
The people, yes.
Have I made myself clear?
Only too clear, Thomas R. Yeager.
Why, Russell.
Hello, Judith.
What are you doing here this time of day?
Is Charles home?
Yes, I'll call him. Charles? Oh, Charles?
Yes?
Russell Taylor is here.
Russ? Be right there.
He'll be right down.
Thanks.
You care for a cup of tea?
No,
Or
thanks.
coffee?
Nothing, thanks, nothing.
Something's wrong.
Yes.
What is it?
Wait till Charles comes down.
Didn't you like his poem?
Of course I did.
I thought it was good. It's filled with the things he believes in.
I know.
Well, if you like the poem, I don't see what...
I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. You see, Judith? He's what I call a real friend. Not only does he buy practically everything I write, but he also brings me my check personally.
Charles, I'd like to talk to you, seriously.
What is it?
I didn't bring your check. As a matter of fact, there isn't going to be a check this time.
Why? What do you mean?
But you said you liked Charles' poem.
Sit down, both of you. Sit down. Thomas R. Yeager delivered an ultimatum from the Union of Soviet American Writers this afternoon.
What?
It affects all the contributors to the Digest, particularly you, Charles.
Why, Charles, he hasn't written anything anti-communistic.
No, he hasn't, no. Neither has he written anything to advance the teaching of Soviet American literature to the youth of this country.
Yeager said that?
We said a lot more. He claims your work is idealistic pap, art for art's sake, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. That you've forgotten the primary purpose of Soviet American culture is to educate the people to a party doctrine and policy.
Soviet American culture? Creeping paralysis would be more like it.
Charles!
What else did the noble commissar have to say?
The Digest is to discontinue publishing any works marked by ideological and political neutrality and alien to Soviet American literature.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear, that the personal liberty we've been enjoying is being seriously threatened.
From now on, Charles and all the other writers will have to concern themselves with spreading Soviet culture in their writing and forget anything and everything which even suggests our dead democracy.
The beginning and the end.
Well, that's impossible. How can they expect Charles to spread Soviet culture when he's an American poet?
Judith, there's no longer any such thing as an American poet. A man is either a Soviet-American poet writing to further the educational aims of the Central Committee in Washington, or he's nothing. And an editor of a literary magazine must reject his work as being unsuitable.
You mean you're going to change the policy of the Digest just like that?
Yes.
Hey, you can't.
What choice do I have?
We're the last straw the people can cling to. We let the Central Committee tell us what to write and how to think, then we'll be a completely lost nation. But if we can hold out against them, there's still hope.
Just how do you think we could accomplish that? You can't reason with them. There's no such thing as a compromise. With them, it's all take and no give.
There's no compromise with me either.
Charles, you're just being stubborn. The communists aren't asking you to give up your writing altogether.
Aren't they?
I'm certain they'd allow you to continue writing if you, just temper your writing. Slant it just a little in their direction.
Do you honestly think I could do that?
I don't see why not.
Well, I can't.
Charles!
I can't lead the people into believing something false or into accepting the tinselled promises of the communist ideologies. I can't do it, Judith. For 35 years, you watched me write. You've read what I wrote. You also know that I've never written anything which even vaguely suggested the destruction of democracy. How can you expect me to do that now?
Charles, you have no other choice.
Don't I? I know the people, Judith. I know what they once believed in and fought for. And I know that we'd still have those things the people believed in if we'd all fought just a little harder. Maybe I am stubborn, but I can never write a single word the way the communists wanted me to and still remain faithful to the people or to myself.
Oh, Charles. Russell, see what you can do. See if you can't talk some of this stubbornness out of him.
I'm not so sure I want to, Judith.
What? But, Russell,
You see, Charles has made me realize that a drowning man doesn't stop swimming.
What?
He keeps trying to save himself until there's no breath left in him. We've been friends for a good many years, Charles. I couldn't desert you now and live with my conscience.
Thank you, Russ.
What are you going to do, Russell?
If this husband of yours is so determined on fighting Commissar Yeager and his masterminds, he'll need some help, and I'm going to try to give it to him. I don't know how far we'll get, but at least we'll be doing what we both believe in.
You are listening to The Monkey's Cage, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Taylor, I want to talk to you.
Certainly, Commissar Yeager. Sit down, sit down.
This isn't a friendly visit.
No?
Here. I've just finished reading the latest issue of the Digest.
I hope it met with the approval of the Union Committee.
It did not.
I'm sorry. What exactly displeased you?
Charles Lambert's poem.
A visit to the zoo? But why should that displease you? It's just a description of a group of children touring the zoo and their reactions.
Is that all it is?
Yes. Since the primary aim of Soviet American literature is to educate the youth of our country, Lambert felt that a dissertation on a zoo might be an entertaining source of information. A description of the animals, their habits, their homes.
Yes, I know all that.
It's a simple little poem. It was written to amuse, not to offend anyone, Commissar.
Lambert is a clever writer, Taylor.
Yes, he
but
is.
not clever enough. For the past several months, his aims have become much too clear. He insists he's a poet of the people, writing for the people. But that's a lie. He depicts the Soviet American people as loafers, as stupid and crude. He's incapable of finding in the life of the Soviet American people one positive thing, one positive figure. He continually mocks at Soviet American life, Soviet American institutions. Yes, even the very people he claims to be writing for.
That's not so, Commissar. He has nothing but the interest of the party at heart. He's a faithful supporter of the advancement of Soviet American literature.
I don't believe that.
But it's true.
Then how do you explain his description of the monkey's cage in a trip to the zoo?
Explain?
It's a deliberately deformed and vulgar caricature of the life of the Soviet American people, written in order to insert into the mouth of a monkey the poisonous anti-Soviet maxiom that it is better to live in a zoo than at liberty, and that it is easier to breathe in a cage than among Soviet American people.
You actually think that's what he meant?
I know that's what he meant.
Oh, but if you can read thoughts like that into Lambert's words, how is he to know what to write? And how am I to know what I can or cannot publish in the Digest?
You won't have to worry about that, Taylor.
What do you mean?
You're no longer the editor of the Digest.
Of course.
You were told to change the policy of your magazine, but apparently you've been unable to do that. So, for the purpose of introducing the necessary order into the work of the editorial office of the Digest and improving the material appearing in its pages, the Central Committee has appointed a new editor-in-chief and an editorial board.
I understand. And Charles Lambert?
Lambert has an appointment to appear before the committee at 3 o'clock.
What are you going to do to him?
Do? We're not going to do anything. We'd just like to ask him a few questions, that's all.
You'll never get him to propagandize his writing.
He might be convinced.
Never.
Nikolai Lenin once said that the Soviet regime rested on a balance of coercion and persuasion. I hope Lambert can be persuaded. You will be quiet, comrades. I ask for quiet. Mr. Lambert.
Yes? Commissar Jaeger?
Lambert, you've been called before the committee to explain why you have refused to recognize the aims of the Union of Soviet American Writers, as stated in the Union's charter.
I have nothing to explain.
We have found no trace of party doctrine or policy in any of your writings. How do you explain that?
I've written nothing either for or against the party.
Then you admit you write for the undermining of Soviet American literature.
I don't write to undermine anything. I write for the people.
The people. I've heard you called the poet of the people. But since it's obvious that you write only because you are well paid for your writing, what can you really know about the people and the way they live?
What do I know about the people? To begin with, I never finished school. When I was 13, I drove a milk wagon. By the time I was 19, I'd been a porter in a barber shop, a scene shifter in a cheap theater, a truck driver for a brickyard, a dishwasher in a Denver hotel, and a farmhand in Iowa. I worked till my hands were so blistered I couldn't close them. I can remember nights when I was so tired I couldn't sleep. Yes, I know the people, Commissar Jaeger, because I was one of them. And we once had a government in Washington where the representatives of the people made laws for the good of the people. Not laws which destroyed their wills and turned them into a nation of cowed and browbeaten slaves.
You have said enough.
I haven't begun to talk. You wanted me to explain why I refused to recognize the aims of the Union of Soviet American Writers. I'll tell you why. You accuse me and the others of specializing in the writing of shallow and empty works, of including subtle propaganda which is designed to confuse and poison the minds of our youth. You accuse our editors of publishing works which are alien to the realities of contemporary life. I agree that these accusations should be made, but they should be made by us. We should accuse you of these things, which you are doing with your enlightened program of communist lies.
Lambert, you will sit down.
You told us that the task of the American Soviet literature is to aid the state, to educate the youth correctly, to rear a new generation strong and vigorous, believing in the cause of freedom, fearing no obstacles to truth. This is also my task, but I'll bring them the real truth, the truth they can believe in as long as they live.
That will be all for the present, Lambert. You will be sent home under guard until the committee has made its decision.
Looks like we're going to have an early spring, Charles. There's a robin out there in the apple tree.
I hear.
Charles.
Yes, dear?
Charles, what will they do to you?
We'll know soon enough.
Oh, Charles.
Please, dear. Russell.
Yes?
Close the window.
All right.
Why did you have to say what you did? Why did you have to say anything?
He said only what he believed, Judith.
And by saying it, he has destroyed himself.
Would you have had me destroy my soul instead?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
If I can no longer give people something to believe in, to hold on to, there's nothing left.
Don't say that.
The Central Committee has already begun to circulate propaganda among the people, telling them that my poetry has been a mockery, that the words I've written actually picture them as uncouth, stupid, narrow-minded, that I wrote only for personal glory.
But that's not true.
The people will believe
They
it.
can't.
I'm afraid they will, Judith.
Oh.
Well, Russell, we tried.
Yes.
Will you take this?
What is it?
My epitaph.
By what odd chance did I go shouting in my songs that I am a friend of the people? My poems are no longer needed here. And I, too, by your leave, I am no longer needed. Bloom, youth, grow healthy in your bodies. You have another life, a new refrain. But I go on alone to the unknown country, my rebel soul forever humbled.
Charles.
I'll answer. Hello? Yes? Yes. Very well. Yes. Right away. The committee is ready to give its decision.
Lambert, you stand accused not only of refusing to write according to party policy, but for treasonable utterance against the Central Committee of the All-Union Soviet American Party. Ordinarily, such action is punishable by death or banishment. But in your case, we are making an exception. You're a brilliant writer, Lambert. It's unfortunate that your writings have been filled with words which are empty, unreal. However, it is the feeling of the committee that in time you may still be valuable to us as a writer.
Never.
Never is a long time. You may change your mind. Until you do, you will continue writing.
What?
Oh, not poetry, you understand.
What then?
You have insisted you are a poet of the people, that you are one of the people. Very well. Since you feel it is easier to breathe in a cage than among loyal party members, you will be given your own little office, a desk and a chair. And as the days go by, the months, the years, your job will be to write about the people you love. But you won't write about the things that bring them life. No. You will write their death notices. Hereafter, you will be in charge of the Springfield Digest obituary column. The interview is ended.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a poet under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen when the communists took over their own country, Russia. It did happen in 1925 when the 30-year-old poet Sergei Yesenin committed suicide. It was his epitaph which ended, "But I go on alone to the unknown country, my rebel soul forever humbled." It did happen in 1936 when Maxim Gorky, the novelist, was poisoned. And it did happen in 1958 when Boris Pasternak was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. Because communist leaders objected to some of the ideas in his novel, Dr. Zhivago, Pasternak was reviled, expelled from the Soviet Writers' Union, and forced to decline the Nobel Prize. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Walter Kingsford as Charles Lambert in The Monkey's Cage. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Monkey's Cage was written for If Freedom Failed by Milton Kahn, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who betrayed his country because he refused to believe the truth, refused to believe even the things that he saw for himself. J. Carrol Naish stars as Thomas Custer in the story called The Traitor.
Tom, what time is it?
11:05.
Are they all in the church yet?
A few stragglers still. A couple of officers standing outside. I don't know whether they're going in or not.
Well, we'll wait until they start. Is everything set?
Yes, I know my job.
Now, take it easy.
Sorry.
It'll all be over in another few minutes. Well, they're sure giving the old general a fine funeral. That's a shame to spoil the show.
George, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Getting cold feet?
No, just doubts.
We have our orders.
I know, but...
This is the biggest thing we've done yet. All the opposition is across the street there. The army officers, the political leaders, Congressman Phillips, all of them.
And some others besides.
None of our people. We gave them all a warning to stay away.
But there are some who aren't on either side.
Tom, I know that some innocent people are going to be hurt or killed when I press this plunger. You think I'd do it if I didn't believe it was right?
No, I guess not.
It has to be done. Get rid of the opposition and we take over. We'll blame the whole thing on the reactionaries, the isolationists, the fascist police. And the people will believe us. Besides, you and I know that it's for their own good. That's what makes this right.
I wanted to hear you say that, George. That's the only thing that does make this right. It's for their own good. And for the good of the whole country.
What time is it now?
11:10. They're just closing the doors.
Did those officers go inside?
Yes, there's no one around.
Well, as soon as I set off the charge, we'll go out the back way, split up, and meet back at headquarters. Our alibi is all set in case someone suspects us. Are you ready?
Ready.
Then here she goes.
I now declare the fifth session of the Central Committee of the Midwestern People's Territory of the United Soviets of America to be open. Deputy Prime Minister Comrade Costa will give the opening report.
Thank you. I should say before reading this that it covers only the last 12 months. As all of you know, in the 25 years since the bombing of the Springfield Community Church, which was really the beginning of our success, in these 25 years, we have made great strides in the communist cause. Now for the report. All non-communist political parties have been disbanded during this period, and all non-communist papers suppressed. Nicholas Peterson, the leader of the opposition in the Territorial Soviet Senate, was hanged in September. In order to further our ideals of communism for the good of the people, it is strongly urged that immediate action be taken against the remaining opposition in the church. Further, it is recommended that some measures be taken to restore Midwestern economy, which has shown a decided tendency toward disruption despite our attention. That concludes the report.
Any questions?
Was a copy of that sent to the Central Committee in Washington?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that was wise?
What do you mean, Cole?
Well, the part about the church was all right, and what came before, but those last points seemed to me to be an admission that we're not doing our job. With all apologies to Coster, he's an economist. That's something he knows about. But do you think we ought to let them know about it?
He has a point there. Who do you mean by them, Cole? The Central Committee?
You know very well who I mean.
What do you say, Coster, about all this?
Gentlemen, the seven of us here in this room now control this whole territory. We are doing what our philosophy has taught us to do.
adapting that philosophy right down the line to the problems at hand. Our teachers, Marx and Lenin, have shown us.
And Stalin.
Oh, yes, of course. They have shown us the road to follow. Now we must show our fellow Americans. It is our duty.
Tom, you said the report had gone in just as you read it?
Yes.
Very well, then there's not much point in discussing that angle. Cole, have you done anything on the suppression of the religious organizations?
Yes, I have. Do you want a report?
Please.
I've drawn up several resolutions to be passed on to the Senate. Now, I believe that they will... Why, but forgive me, gentlemen.
Who are you? What's the meaning of coming in here?
Oh, Judge Damon, I recognize you from your pictures. You do not recognize me, though, huh? The name is Bork. Alexander Borka.
Oh, Borka, of course. I read about your activities in Europe.
You have credentials, Comrade Borka?
Yes, I have them. You're wise to be cautious, Mr. Damon. Here they are. Look them over, and I'll meet the others here.
Look, Tom, they're signed by the Politburo itself.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Yes, by reputation. I never expected to meet him.
I wonder why we had no warning.
We'll find out soon enough.
Now then, if you're satisfied that I am indeed who I say I am, we'll get to work. Please sit down, gentlemen. Now then, let me say first that I bring personal commendations from our great leader to all of you for the fine work you have done this territory. Under your leadership and inspired by your example, thousands of party members have been educated into absolute loyalty to the party. But that is not the only reason I am here. I have a copy of your last report, Comrade Custer.
Yes?
You prepared this?
Yes, I did.
You will explain it, please.
Well, as we said there, all political parties and newspapers have been...
That I have read myself. You will explain only the recommendations.
We recommend that some measures be taken to assist us with our program here, with the dissolution of the church and with readjusting our economy.
Enough. Comrade Custer and the rest of you, too. Do you realize what you have done? You have made recommendations to us. Quiet. No one does such a thing. It is disgraceful. Now you leave, please, comrades, to think this over. Except you, Comrade Damon and Comrade Custer. I have some further instructions for you. It is the feeling in the Politburo that while you have made a terrible error, you are both the loved and respected leaders of the party here in this territory. Therefore, we are inclined to forgive this indiscretion for the time being. I repeat, for the time being. I'll remain here and see to it that nothing like this occurs again.
Mr. Borka.
Yes?
Tom and I have been loyal Soviet Americans for 25 years.
I know that.
We've worked for communism because we believed in it. Things that we've done, many of them on orders from your country, we did because we were told that they were right. Right for our country. These recommendations were made for the same reason.
For a communist of 25 years, you show a remarkable lack of indoctrination to our policy, Comrade Damon. In your last pretty little speech, you made two bad mistakes. First of all, your nationalist spirit is deplorable. Nationalism is the prerogative of the one and only leading power of the world, Soviet Union. Your country is the Soviet Union. And secondly, you will receive complete guidance from the Kremlin. They will not tolerate the slightest sign of independent action or independent thinking, even among the most loyal communist leader in the Soviet satellite states. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Parker. Quite clear.
I'm very sorry that our first meeting had to be on such difficult matters, Damon. I have respected your work and your leadership for many years. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I'm certain we'll get along very well from now on. It's much better to clear the air this way so that we can join together in a friendly atmosphere.
Of course.
Now, would you excuse us, please, if I talk to Costa alone?
Very well. I'll wait for you.
All right, George.
Damon seems to have changed, don't you think?
How do you mean?
I remember one statement he made some years ago. He said, all communist parties form one single communist front under the direction of the Soviet Union. Now he seems to have forgotten his own words. Ah, well, no matter. Now, Costa, let's get down to work.
First of all, the Politburo quite agrees with your thoughts concerning the church.
They're certainly consistent with Marx and Lenin.
You were wrong to make their recommendations, of course. But nevertheless, here are the laws to be enacted to correct this corruptive influence of religious bodies. Here you are.
A law guaranteeing the freedom of religion. Article 1. All churches, mosques, synagogues, and other religious bodies of this territory, as well as all clergy and ecclesiastic officials, are remanded under state control. 2. The state assumes power to alter or suppress all church statutes, regulations, administrative rules, and so forth. 3. The state has the power to appoint, dismiss, and remove from their posts all clergy and all church officials.
I think you have the general idea. You will submit this to the Senate and carry through after this passed. Naturally, we'll expect a unanimous vote.
But why me?
Why, you? The answer should be obvious. You are now the top man in this territory. Respected, admired, loved by the working class.
Yes, but I'm only the vice premier. How about Premier Damon? Why doesn't he present this?
Comrade Damon? I believe we need to re-educate him. Too nationalistic, too unreliable. He'll leave tomorrow for Moscow. Here are your orders for the eliminating of all unions, Premier Custer. You'll put them into effect at once. It is essential that we expand the territorial police force, Comrade Custer. You will transfer half the funds of the Education Ministry to the Police Ministry. Here is a list of party members to be purged. You will see to it that they are expelled and deprived of civil rights. All equipment from the Springfield rolling mills is to be transferred to Russia. You will order it at once.
No.
What did you say?
You can't be serious about this.
I am always serious.
But half the workers of Springfield are employed at the rolling mills. The whole economy of this territory is based on its production.
I'm aware of that.
If you remove this industry, you'll throw the entire population into chaos through unemployment.
It shouldn't be necessary for me to point out, Premier Custer, that this is an order from the Kremlin.
But it's ridiculous.
Custer, watch what you're saying.
What possible reason could they have for...
It is not up to you to ask for reasons.
But I'm an economist. I know exactly what a thing like this will do to our country.
Our country is the Soviet Union. They need the machinery. Very well. They will get it. Also, as a good revolutionary, you should know that our society prospers in the middle of unemployment and chaos. If you need reasons, there they are. Now, if you'll sign this order.
No, I will not.
It seemed that I was as wrong about you as about Damon. Or had you forgotten about him?
No, I haven't forgotten how you sent George to Moscow. How he was reported to be a very sick man. So sick that he died shortly after he got there.
Exactly.
Suddenly, in the last few minutes, I've remembered a lot of things. Things I thought I had pushed out of my mind because I believed in what I was doing. I believed it was right for my country.
Your country is
Yes, of course. My country is the Soviet Union. How many times have you told me that, and I didn't pay any attention to it because, well, I thought, he's a Russian and I'm an American, but we both have the same communist ideals. He's entitled to love his country, and I have the same rights. But now, for the first time, I see that isn't true. I see how blind I've been for 25 years. Blind to everything that was going on around me.
This is treason that you're talking
about. Oh, no. Don't try to tell me what treason is. I have been a traitor to my country. Yes, my country. A traitor since I first took out a Communist Party card. And for the first time in my life, let me be a patriot. Let me stand here and tell you that I know you and the bosses in the Kremlin for what you are. You don't want anything but Russian colonies. A whole world of them, ruled by Soviet marshals like you. Yes, that's right. Press your buzzer, pound the buttons in front of you, and get your police in here. You have a perfect case against me. A man willing to cry out to the world about what a Frankenstein he's created. A blind man who's suddenly been given the power to see.
Premier Custer is under arrest. Take him away. The Premier? You will hold him in isolation. I'll arrange the details later.
Yes, I'm sure you will, Comrade Walker.
Now, don't give us any trouble, Mr. Custer.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I know what happens to anyone who resists arrest.
Come along.
Oh, one last question, if you please. Comrade Walker, you have succeeded in eliminating me. But how long do you think you can last?
Take him away.
Justice Department, Burns speaking.
Hello, Burns. This is Alexander Borka.
Yes, Comrade Borka.
You'll prepare indictment against Premier Costa immediately, charging him
You
with...
say Premier Costa?
Yes, Costa. Can't you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
You will charge him with treason, espionage, and sabotage. Also with nationalistic tendencies and lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the details of trial later. How it is to be conducted and what the verdict will be. That's all.
You are listening to The Traitor, starring J. Carroll Nash. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Oh, God. You may leave.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Costa. Costa, are you awake?
Yes?
I have something here for you to sign.
It's Burns, isn't it?
That's right.
Minister of Justice?
I don't have much time.
No, I don't suppose I have much time either.
Will you sign this now?
What is it?
Your confession.
All this? This thick sheaf of papers is my confession?
Yes, that's right.
May I read it?
That won't be necessary.
No, I know it won't be necessary, but it should make interesting reading. Oh, don't worry, I'll sign it. I was questioned once before by other professional inquisitors, and that's how I got this broken, twisted back. I'll sign it.
Right here. Here's my pen.
Thank you, Burns. Tell me, when is the trial?
December 7th?
A whole week. Your timetable is working out very well. It's taking you almost 8 months to discredit me with the people.
Well,
yes, I got news even in here. June 14th it was that I was expelled from the Communist Party for... What was it? Oh, yes. Nationalistic policies that deviated from the pro-Soviet line of the Soviet-American regime. And for refusing to admit my error of being anti-Russian, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You can't keep people from spreading news, even in a Russian state. And I marked the dates down like any other prisoner, here on the wall. See that long stretch? That's July 20th, the day I was ousted from the Senate. Then there's October the 9th, when they took away my immunity, and now here. Another big mark for another red-letter day. The day I confessed in... How many words?
What?
Words, there in the confession.
It's 30,000.
Oh, that's a nice round figure. 30,000 words of confession, and I haven't even read it.
Mr. Costa, I shouldn't say this, but I want you to know there's nothing personal in all this. It's my job.
Thank you, Burns. I understand.
I just thought if there's anything I could do.
No, there's nothing.
Well, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, Burns.
Yes?
There is something you could do.
What is it?
They'll let you come back to my cell before I'm executed. Now, I can get some papers, some writing materials, and prepare a statement of everything that's happened. The true story of what this Soviet regime has done and what it will do to our country.
But there's nothing I could do with it. No place to publish it or spread it around.
But there will be. Later on, when the people finally come to their senses. All I want you to do now is to take what I write and hide it someplace. Hide it where Borka and his police will never find it. When the proper time comes, you will know it. And you can bring it out then. Will you do it?
I don't know.
Burns, you're not like these others. You never were a sincere communist. I knew that. I even tried to have you purged at one time.
Yes, I remember.
You've seen the same ugly things about this whole business that I didn't see until it was too late, right?
Yes, that's right.
Then say you'll do it. Not for me, not even for yourself, but for our country. It may help sometime in the future.
All right, I'll do it. I'll come back.
I declare this Soviet court now in session. Thomas Koster, you will please stand. Step forward to the bench. Thomas Koster, you are charged with treason, espionage, nationalistic tendencies, sabotage, lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Quiet, please. This court is inclined to agree with the expression of the people, but in the interest of expediting this trial, we request no further exhibitions. Now, Thomas Koster, I have before me your full confession to these acts. What do you have to say to that?
They are not true.
If it please the court... Dr. Dykeman, you're the counsel for defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I should like to ask for a recess.
I have never been a police agent or an imperialist spy.
Be quiet, Koster. I'll handle this. I should like to ask for a recess to acquaint the defendant with the items in his confession.
The court will recess for 20 minutes.
Come along, Koster. We'll go to the judge's chambers.
Now then, what is the meaning of all that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the defendant...
Koster, I thought you'd been rehearsed your part in this trial. You signed the confession?
I've lied enough. From now on, I'll tell the truth.
You tell the truth? To whom? Don't you realize that we have 50 witnesses ready to testify against you?
Your Honor, I was informed when they assigned me to this case that...
Keep out of this thing. We've got to get this thing straightened out right now. Koster, when we go back in that courtroom, I want you to plead guilty just as you were instructed.
No, I won't do it.
Very well. Dr. Dykeman.
Yes, Your Honor.
When we reconvene, I will call on you for the opening statement and you will address the court. This trial is again in session. The People's Court will hear the counsel for defense, Dr. Dykeman.
Your Honor, members of the court, I have discussed the charges with the defendant, charges of great magnitude against which there is no defense. These charges have been proved, and the defendant confessed to the truth. Now he chooses to make a mockery of this court by denying them. I have no recourse except to state that as defense counsel, I must assist the prosecution to find objective truth. I apologize for serving in Koster's behalf. In a socialist state, there is no division of duty between the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel. Only if Koster repents will I ask for mercy. If he does not, I ask that the maximum penalty be exacted.
Thank you, Dr. Dykeman. Thomas Koster, do you wish to change your plea?
No, I am not guilty. I have not done the things with which I am charged. It is a pack of lies. Lies. Lies that were prepared under the shadow of a red flag 5,000 miles away. I am guilty only of being blind. Only of helping a cruel machine to gain control of our hearts and minds and finally our country.
Thomas Koster, the People's Court of the United Soviets of America finds you guilty as charged. You'll be taken from this place and within 48 hours hanged from the neck until you're dead. Case dismissed.
And so this true story ends, or will end within a few minutes. To you who read my words, I ask that you remember me. Hate me if you will. I deserve your hatred for what I did. But learn my lesson, too. Open your eyes and your minds. Fill them with the truth. For that is the one and only thing that the enemy cannot destroy.
Guards, stand outside. The committee's coming right in.
Yes, Mr. Burr.
Right behind me, Mr. Koster. You finished?
Yes, quick. Take it.
Here.
Get out of my coat.
Thank you.
And, Comrade Coster, I've already notified the papers that you made a groveling plea for mercy in the full confession. We explained your defiant attitude in court is due to nervous agitation and the unhealthy ambition of an intellectual.
Ah, Mr. Burns, you have perceived us.
Yes, sir. I was just telling Coster.
Yes, I heard you. May I commend you on your announcement. I particularly like the part about when Coster here admitted that the sentence was just. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Comrade Coster, if you are ready.
Quite ready.
Good. I see that you're not going to give it the same difficulty we had in court.
I am ready.
Take him away.
Yes, sir. What?
It's a great day for me, Comrade Burns. There goes the last of the troublemakers. Now, our own men. Men trained in Moscow are in the key positions. We have no more difficulties with enforcing our regulations.
Yes, sir.
It's a shame about Costa. If only he had followed orders, he might be dying for a cause instead of for nothing. He might have left something behind.
Yes, Comrade Borka. Yes, indeed. He might have left something behind.
You have just heard what happens to justice when communism gains control of a country. You have heard what happens when the rights of the individual are trampled under a communist machine. You think this could not happen? It did happen exactly as we told it. The whole story took place in Bulgaria. Thomas Koster was Traiko Kosta. He was a slave of communist ideology, but he refused to make his country a colony of Soviet Russia. Yes, this is the true story of Traiko Kosta of Bulgaria. Removed from office, arrested, tried, and hanged within a period of 8 months. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring J. Carroll Nash as Thomas Koster in The Traitor. Frank Richards was Borka, Stacey Harris was Burns, and Doug Young was Damon. Others in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Ralph Mooney, Bill Bissell, Marty Warren, Herb Ellis, and Frank Gerstle. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Traitor was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
this is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to a young man with everyday ideals under a communist regime. Mark Stevens plays the role of Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall.
Randy, can you hear me? It's me, Laura. Open your eyes. Look at me.
The pain.
It'll go, darling, as soon as you take these pills. Here, here's some water.
The woman. The one with the steel rod. Where is she?
What woman?
The build of a wrestler, crammed into a uniform.
A policewoman?
Yeah. That's what she was. Only there were two of them. A partner. Him I could handle. That's when she let me have it. From behind.
You must have gotten away on your own, Randy. Mother found you sprawled out against our back door. I had to help carry you in.
It's a good one. The whipped dog crawling back to his ex-keeper. Good thing your mother likes me.
Don't say that, Randy. She likes you all right. But I love you.
You could have fooled me yesterday.
I didn't want to walk out. You made me. But that was yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday. And look at me now.
I'm looking, Randy. I never stopped looking. Now tell me, how did it happen?
You were around when it all started. Only then I couldn't tell you. It began at the law school when the...
Randy, my boy, I must say I've been hearing nothing but nice things about you. That is, as far as your work here is concerned. I may even take the liberty to predict that someday I shall boast, there goes Randy Felton, one of my brood, and the most brilliant lawyer in Springfield. But as you know, Randy, success adds to our responsibilities toward the community, and I think you ought to...
I know, sir. It's about my holding down that job at night. The drugstore, I'm afraid
the Board of Education feels, or shall I say was advised, that tomorrow's generation of budding jurists should prepare itself for the task of enforcing law by affiliating with the party.
Since when have justice and the party become bedfellows?
Randy, you've got to learn to watch your tongue. Such sentiments are dangerous.
I seem to remember a slogan I learned here. Something about there should be no sword in the hand of justice.
My boy, these days it's not for us to live by slogans, but by the facts that surround us.
And the facts are that only Communist Party members make desirable pupils.
If you wish to phrase it that way. I only wish you'd understand.
I understand, sir.
Then you will?
Don't have much choice. I've come too far to turn back now. Here you are. One reporter's delight. Good to the last scoop.
Thanks, Randy.
Hello, honey.
Hi.
That's all? Just hi?
It's an accepted form of greeting.
Okay. Pull up a grouch and sit down.
What grouch?
The one you're bearing.
I'm all right.
Suit yourself. Love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Whenever you're shaving.
Huh? At least the mercury's back to normal. How about a Coke?
Fine.
Now then, tell me, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I should have known better than to listen to those nasty rumors.
Rumors? What rumors?
That you joined the party.
Oh, that.
Randy. Randy, you didn't.
You're not so loud. Besides, what would you do if the dean asked you to?
Well, I'd walk out.
Yeah, sure, and jerk sodas for the rest of your life.
At least you'd keep your self-respect.
Ah, there's a pretty phrase, self-respect. I wonder how it'll taste for dinner. Or how many ounces it'll take to pay for our honeymoon.
Springfield hasn't got the only law school in the country. I'll go with you wherever you want.
It's not that easy.
Nothing seems to come easy anymore. Like last night. Like last night when you said you couldn't see me because you had to work late helping Mr. Higgins take inventory. So I came by. Thought I'd keep you company. But the place was all locked up and dark.
So we worked with a seeing eye dog. Just drop it, will you?
I will not.
Hey, Randy, how's about the service down here?
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Look, honey, I can't explain now. I'll have to wait until I...
Now, there seem to be a lot of things you can't explain. Okay, it's just as well. It'll save me the trouble explaining about the job I've been offered in New York.
A job in New York?
And I was going to tell you about the kick I got in turning it down. But now it looks like I'd better take it. Here, for the Coke. I wouldn't want you to miss a dime the next time you take inventory. Goodbye.
If I only could have told you then about how we were trying to help Sanders.
You mean Sanders is running for mayor against that commie?
Yeah. Needed a push. Had no campaign funds. Probably the last non-red will appear on the ticket in Springfield. Remarkable guy, Sanders. With all the odds against him, he refused to budge. Stood his ground. That's why he needed us more than ever. Then I went to see Bert last night and laid it straight on the line.
It's going to be rougher than we figured. Looks like the party's out for blood. This being the night before election, police patrols are being doubled. Johnson's got an in with a desk sergeant at the 5th Precinct. He found out that most of the patrols are reserves, staunch party members, who managed to get their schedule and they're out of their beat.
Got a cigarette?
Huh? Oh, yeah, here. Pay any attention to what I said.
Every word. Easiest layout you could wish for.
Meaning what?
You don't need me. Any half-baked kid could tack up those posters. You figure the time and the place. That's all there is to it.
I'm afraid not. You got to work in pairs now. One just for a lookout. Patrol schedules aren't reliable.
Okay. Where's the stuff and where does it go?
Thanks, Randy. I guess you and Joe can handle Barn Street.
I can handle it alone.
I told you, you'll need a lookout.
When I need a nursemaid, I'll ask for one.
Sure, Randy, sure. Only the cops travel in pairs. And if there's trouble, you'll need some extra hands.
There won't be any trouble.
Have it your way. Just time yourself and hurry. Get there before 11. There's a patrol due sometime after that.
Like I said, it'll be a cinch. Yeah, cinch. Like putting an elephant into a phone booth. When I left Bird with the posters tucked under my arm, it was already 10:15. I didn't want company, because I was going to look you up first. Might as well have carried dynamite with a lit fuse and haul that bundle around the streets, and then it started to rain. It was coming down in buckets. The posters under my arm started to get soggy, so I stopped at Paul's newsstand to get some papers to wrap them with. Paul gave me kind of a funny look, like he knew I was up to something.
Lousy night to be running errands.
All I'm running for is home.
Better not. You'd be crossing up Burton Sanders.
You know?
Heck, kid. Been in on it from the beginning. Wouldn't miss helping old man Sanders for all the vodka in Russia. Hey, where's your lookout?
I don't need one.
You need something. Got a gun?
I'm not the type.
This is a tough setup. Can't go walking around naked. Here, put this in your pocket.
Hey, hold on. I'm not figuring on opening any letters tonight.
A kidder, huh? Only this ain't no time for being smart. The town's crawling with goons.
Yeah, I know, but a knife, I've never handled one before. If an icicle could burn, the knife in my pocket felt like one that did. By then, I really needed seeing you more than ever. I went straight to your house. The rain wouldn't let up.
Randy, my goodness, you look soaked to the skin. Come inside before you catch a death of cold.
Lois in?
She went to a movie. Why don't you take off that red coat and make yourself comfy? She ought to be home soon.
I can't right now. If it's okay with you, I might come back a little later, as long as she's...
As long as she doesn't take off for New York? There are no more trains leaving tonight. Besides, she hasn't even started to pack.
Do you really think she's going?
I don't rightly know. I think that's more or less up to you.
Up to me. Up to me. That's all I could think about after I left your house again. The rain had stopped. Whatever move I made from there on seemed to come automatically. My thinking wasn't too sharp. If it had been, I probably would have looked at the clock before I headed for the street corner where Bert wanted me to tack up those posters. I wish it would start to rain again. The night was sensitive. Too sensitive. The air had been washed too clean to muffle sound. The pavement wore that shiny glaze which brightened shadows. And when I came face to face with the wall that was to bear my posters, I felt like I walked onto a stage, with thousands of eyes peering at me out of the darkness. My hands felt clumsy as they unrolled the posters. Then it came.
Stay where you are. Keep those hands up.
There were two of them, both in uniform. One wore a skirt. That was about her only claim to womanhood. She was bigger and rougher looking than her male partner.
Well, well. Out late playing politician, eh, Sonny?
There's going to be an election tomorrow, and I'm within my constitutional rights to advocate our candidate.
Huh, that's so. Well, if you ain't the one with the fancy lingo. You hear that, Chuck? Mr. Smarty Pants is dragging out the Constitution again. One of the brain boys, that one. The commissar'd love him.
Let's see your identification papers.
What if I won't show them to you?
You will, or I'll...
You'll nothing. Here they are.
Oh, here now. Let's have that knife.
Stay away.
Oh, Brainy's a wildcat. Go to it, Chuck. The kid's bluffing.
Now, you wouldn't want to get hurt, would you now? It'll all be over in a minute. I simply reach over like this and then...
And then what?
To play rough, huh?
Chuck, the knife!
I can't. My wrist, he's got it. Get the pipe. Hit him. Ow!
You little run! I'll teach you to...
The ground under me turned to footing. I had to stay on my hands and knees to keep from sinking into it. I didn't know how I mustered the strength, but I did. And an upward kick with one foot set the big woman reeling against the wall. I heard the lead pipe bounce on the pavement. Then I ran, stumbling, but I ran. Didn't know where, didn't know how, I just ran.
Randy, I wish I'd known.
You said something about going along. Wherever I'd go. You still want to?
Want to? Do I want to breathe?
But we have to go separately. I'll go first. I'll get word to you somehow, through Bert.
I don't care. I want to leave town immediately. They must be looking for you everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
Only what?
Nothing.
You mustn't stop anywhere.
Today's election day. If things go well, I might not have to leave.
Darling, let's face it. What are Sanders' chances outside of a miracle?
None. And the age of miracles is over.
Hey, Randy, what are you doing here?
Same as you? Waiting in line to vote?
You nuts, the whole goon squad's looking for you.
They haven't got my name yet, have they?
No, but they can't mess with that description. Got you down to a T.
Next, please. Step forward.
Don't worry. I'm skipping right after this. Yes, sir.
Name, please?
Randy Fulton.
Let's see. Felton. Here we are. Registered as living at 86 Dayton Way?
Yeah, that's right.
Here's your ballot.
Thanks.
Are you familiar with the procedure?
Sure, I voted before.
Well, there have been a few minor changes since then. Now, if you wish to vote for Hollingsworth of the People's Party, you need not even place a cross behind his name. Merely deposit the ballot in this box right here. Now, isn't that simple?
Yeah, very. But how about Sanders' name? It's not on the ballot.
Oh, well, there's an empty space provided for those who wish to fill his name in, but then, of course, you'd have to go to the voting booth over there to do so. But you see, this way we save you all the fuss and bother.
I like being bothered.
Suit yourself, young man. After all, it's still a secret ballot.
Oh, secret ballot, my foot.
Will you please help yourself to the booth? Others are waiting.
Hey, you better oil up these curtain rings. For the use this booth's been getting, they've rusted to the rod.
I'm next. My name is...
Just a minute, sir. If you'll excuse me, I'll have to make a quick call. Be right back. Sergeant Cranker? This is Mrs. Decker.
About that young fellow you've been looking for. I've got a hunch he's right here. Yes. Voting.
You are listening to The Heavens Fall, starring Mark Stevens. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Randy, you've got a visitor.
It's that lawyer they've been sending. I don't want to see him.
Some kind of a professor. Says he's the dean from your law school.
The dean? What does he want? Make more speeches?
No, just offer whatever help I can give.
Last rites are usually administered by a priest.
Please, my boy, give yourself a chance. Embittered emotions rarely turn the wheels of justice.
Ah, nuts. The wheels got jammed a long time
You're
ago.
wrong. Examine the facts, my boy. Regardless of what the circumstances may have been, you did attempt to kill a man. He almost died.
Good.
Now then, if I had tried to kill, and justifiably so, would you not have hastened to my side?
Yeah. If the scales of justice were still in balance.
Well, let's trust that they are. As long as you're on trial, you must retain that trust.
Look, Dean, I realize you're my elder. But hasn't it come clear to you yet that all hopes for such support died in our voting booths? The timid clutch their bread and keep their silence. They close their ears to the cries of those that dare to be strong. Me, I'm neither. I'm just guilty of growing up too darn late. Oh, I know you tried. Thanks.
Ready?
Sure. Which is it, court or scaffold? Not that there's much difference.
Court's waiting.
Randy, you didn't want the lawyer they sent you. It's not too late for me to take over your defense. I can get a postponement, prepare a solid case.
Oh, come now, and deprive me of handling my first and last case? I wasn't that bad a pupil, was I, Dean?
May God bless you, my boy. God bless you.
All right, let's go.
Do you mind if I come along?
Well, it's okay part of the way, but I got to turn him over to the marshal out and back.
Back of what? Are we going to the courtroom?
No, it's been booked up for weeks.
I'll bet.
They're taking over the dance hall across the street. Want more room. Seems you're a pretty important boy.
Dance hall? What's the idea, Dean?
Well, I suppose your case is to set a precedent and discourage any further political crimes.
All the dance halls in town, they have to pick the evidence.
Nothing deliberate, I'm sure. It's the closest.
Yeah, the closest. The closest to everything.
In what way?
The lowest to me. We got engaged there.
Hear ye, the 12th District Court of the People in the Soviet States of America is now in session. The Honorable Judge Dawson presiding. All those having grievances, draw near.
Gentlemen, I see the first case on the calendar is the case of the People versus Randolph Felton. Are you ready to proceed?
The government is ready, Your Honor.
I'm ready, Your Honor. Mr. Felton, you still wish to proceed without counsel?
I do, Your Honor.
Very well. Will the prosecutor call his first witness?
Well, policewoman Jean Barton, please take a stand.
Those other witnesses, who are they? I've never seen them.
They're supposed to have witnessed the crime.
Remarkable how I managed to escape from a street cluttered with this many witnesses.
And such questions should be placed before the court.
Oh, what good would it do?
You have more friends than you think. Give them a chance to show their faces.
The only face I like seeing kept away.
You mean Lois?
Yeah, sure. I'm glad I asked her to stay away. There's too much of the past clinging to these walls. If you listen real hard, you can hear it. Listen.
Was anyone
You hear it?
Hear what?
Why, the music. It resounds from the rafters. Like it got lost up there, so it could stay. Stay there for always. You can hear it now.
Maybe I can.
Sure. Sure you can. It's just like then. Flowing, soft and easy. Like heavy colors that made a picture. Some of it filled out those ugly cracks in the wall. Made them look like they belonged there. Everything belonged just as Lois believed. Dance nicely. Hold nicely.
I I never really danced before. I went through the motions, but never really danced.
I know. It's not the steps. It's that slow beat. The beat of the heart.
Hey, love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Every time you powder your nose.
Oh, if all the world were only as safe as it feels in here.
This is our world. Right here.
Maybe today it is. That other world can't come inside. But what happens when we've got to go out and meet it? Tomorrow. What about tomorrow, Randy?
Just stay close, honey. Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Tomorrow will take care of itself. Take care of itself. Take care of itself.
Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Mr. Felton! Mr. Felton, I'm addressing you!
Yeah, but tomorrow didn't take care of itself, did it?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind.
If the defendant finds it within his power to gather his faculties, I'd like to repeat the question.
By all means, do.
Does the defendant wish to question the witnesses?
No question.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to take the stand and subject myself to cross-examination by the prosecutor.
Has the prosecutor requested your testimony?
No, Your Honor, but under the circumstances, I'm sure the prosecutor will have no objections.
Well, this is highly irregular. However, if the prosecutor finds this agreeable, you may take the stand.
I see no objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name?
Benton Caldwell.
Occupation?
Dean of the Springfield Law School.
Are you familiar with the defendant?
Yes, he's been my pupil. And since it has been my task to build his knowledge and shape his destiny, I feel that I share the responsibility of his actions.
So you mean to say that you subscribe to his dastardly deed of attempted murder?
I object, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that the prosecution is trying to incriminate a witness, while the testimony should pertain solely to the case in question.
Objection sustained.
Dean Caldwell, you asked to take the stand. Did you primarily do so to make a statement?
Yes. With the court's permission, I would like to quote a Latin slogan and have the defendant translated.
Permission granted.
Justitia fiat, ruat coelum.
The defendant will rise and translate the words.
Let justice be done, though the heavens fall.
Was the defendant requested to translate these words because possibly he did not understand their true meaning?
On the contrary, I wish the defendant himself to remind the prosecutor of his responsibility.
Your Honor, the prosecution objects strongly to having its integrity questioned in this foul manner. I ask that this witness step down from the stand.
Objection sustained. Will the witness please leave the stand?
Without calling the defendant to the stand, I would like to ask him whether he fully understands the meaning of the words that he has just translated.
I do indeed.
In that case, doesn't your belief in justice prey on your conscience? Does it not fire you to seek repentance and admit the wrong of your criminal act?
It took me 5 years to learn how I could best benefit this community, namely by doing everything to rid it of the red pestilence. It would take me another 5 years to find one single reason why I should not have done what I did.
You mean you would repeat your criminal acts were you given the opportunity?
I would not only repeat them, I would multiply them. And I would do it so precisely because justice must be done though the heavens fall. And today, right here in this very place, the heavens have already begun to fall and shall keep on falling until all of us are crushed beneath.
Your Honor, in order to spare the court any further theatrical recitations, I hasten to make my recommendation as to the defendant's deserving punishment. A mentally unbalanced killer is a trivial menace to society in comparison to this cold-blooded, calculated, would-be murderer who admitted right here and now that he would complete the job of killing and keep on killing anyone who would stand in his road of treason against the Soviet government. Nothing but capital punishment could still his thirst for blood. And I thus ask the court to find Randolph Felton guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as well as of high treason, punishable by death.
Randolph Felton, before this court pronounces sentence, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, Your Honor.
at the risk of being labeled a dramatist by the prosecutor, to whom sincerity is nothing but an affectation, may I say I consider my life a worthwhile price for freedom. For I am sure this court may put an end to my individual strive for liberty. The new dawn will see thousands of others whose plain, downright sense of human decency will compel them to arise and protest. And protest they will in such growing force that none of the self-appointed few will be able to stem the sweeping tide of freedom.
Order in the court! Order in the court!
Your Honor! Your Honor, if it pleases the court, may I remind the defendant and all those witnessing his underhanded methods of misrepresentation that only recent statistics reveal a conspicuous absence of these thousands that may arise in protest. And where are these thousands? Surely they had no better chance to show their protest than during our recent election. Yet, given that chance, these thousands went to the polls the other day and cast their vote in favor of the Communist Party's candidate for office. Yes, Mr. Randolph Felton. Let the facts and figures speak for themselves. 10,306 citizens voted for the party's candidate, whereby only 10 votes went to his radical and capitalistic opponent.
Correction. Only 10 votes were permitted to go to him.
I repeat, Mr. Felton, 10 votes. 10 citizens protesting. And where are those 10 now? Why aren't they at least here to plead your case? I'll tell you why. They bring to mind a poem about 10 little Indians. In this instance, it would begin, 10 little Indians were standing in line. One of them cheated, and then there were 9. And would end, one little Indian thought killing was fun. He was hanged by the neck, and then there were none. Do you understand, Mr. Felton? And then there were none.
You have just heard what happens to an ordinary, ambitious young man under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any young American if communism ever took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in communist-occupied East Germany. It did happen to Hermann Josef Flade, who was tried for warmongering and attempted murder. It did happen at the Olbernhau Ballroom in Germany, where Flade openly defied communism. Hermann Josef Flade was to be beheaded, but the execution was delayed. Flade's voice had been heard by too many. He was finally sentenced to 15 years in prison. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mark Stevens as Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall. John Stevenson was Bert, Ben Wright was the prosecutor, Stan Waxman was the dean, and Georgia Kirkwright was Lois. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. The Heavens Fall was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the law getting away with murder. It is entitled Trial and Terror.
All right.
Hello, Michael.
Well, Claire, this is a pleasant surprise. Come on in.
Thank you. The others haven't gotten here yet.
Others?
Yes, George Ketchel and Tom Denning are coming over.
What is this, some kind of a surprise party?
Well, I'd rather wait until the others get here and let George do the talking.
Oh, then this isn't a social call?
No, Michael, it isn't.
Well, I'm disappointed. I was tickled when I opened the door and saw you.
Well, I expect that's Tom and George now.
Oh, excuse me, I'll let them in.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Michael.
How are you? Come on in. Claire said you were coming.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Did you explain to Michael?
No, I left that to you.
Mind if we sit down?
No. Excuse me for not asking you. But you've got my curiosity up. What's all this about?
We've been selected as a committee to ask you to take over as leader for the farm party.
What? Now, wait a minute. Do you know what you're asking me to do?
Yes, we're asking you.
You're asking me to commit suicide.
Michael, your father gave his life. Your brother gave his life. Are you afraid?
It's not a question of being afraid. Well, then, what is it? There's no chance to fight communistic dictatorship.
That's not what your father and your brother thought.
They proved my point with their lives.
Michael, you are afraid.
No. I just don't like to see a lot of people die unnecessarily, including me.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, that's the way I feel.
Good. In that case, you wouldn't want to see unnecessary famine and bloodshed.
Of course not.
And it's up to you to take over as leader of the farm party.
Why?
Tell them, Tom.
Well, very reliable information from the grapevine informs us that since the commies here in Springfield have come into power, they're planning on taking over the farmers.
It's the same pattern they've used in Bulgaria and other countries.
They're making plans to confiscate the farmers' land and reduce them to slave labor.
Are you sure?
Certainly. You don't suppose we'd go off half-cocked on a vital matter of this kind, do you?
The farmers aren't going to take it lying down.
What do they intend to do about it?
They've decided to resort to mass destruction of crops.
Well, that's mass suicide.
Sure.
Michael, you can stop it.
How?
Your father was leader of the farm party. Your brother followed in his footsteps. Well, Peter's at the head of the party will give the farmers a chance to win an election.
And the farm vote might be strong enough to win over the communist vote.
We want you to run for senator.
Michael, please. You have a good chance of being elected.
What assurance have I that I'll live that long?
None.
My father failed. My brother failed. They tried to fight communism.
It's up to you to take up where they left off.
Perhaps, but first I'm going to try another method.
Well, what other method is there?
Cooperation.
What? Are you kidding? You were Peter's cooperating with the commies.
Davies did, and today he's lieutenant governor.
He's a traitor to the cause he fought for.
All right, so he's a traitor. But you don't think I'll turn traitor, do you? Well, do you?
No, Michael, I don't.
If I can gain power by cooperating, I can use that power to protect the farmers.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Let's go.
Wait. Davies was a friend of my father, a friend of my brother. I know him. I can talk to him. Let me try.
Davies is a communist. You can't reason with communists.
But just let me try. If I find cooperation fails, I'll fight.
Sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Sounds funny coming from a Peters. Your father called me George. Your brother called me George, too. What was good enough for your father and your brother, certainly good enough for you.
Including a bullet?
Oh, come now, Michael. Certainly you don't think for one moment that I was in any way responsible for the death of your father or your brother.
They opposed you.
Your father was my friend. We fought for the same things.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I wanted you to know it.
In that case, you wouldn't hesitate to help me, would you?
Certainly not. To the memory of your father.
I've been asked to take over as leader for the farm vote.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. If those directives are carried out, it will reduce the farmers to slave labor.
Those are the dictates of the party.
Well, it's taxation without representation. The farmers won't go for it. They demand an election, a chance for a voice in the assembly.
Frankly, I don't blame them.
Then you'll arrange an election?
Son, I'm only the lieutenant governor.
Well, let's face it, the governor is only a rubber stamp since the communists took over. You run things.
I'm afraid the governor wouldn't feel flattered if he heard you say that.
Well, it's the truth. That's why it'll be smart for you to listen. If those directives are carried out, your position will be in danger.
My position will be in danger?
Well, yes, of course, because you have to answer for conditions. Conditions are going to be terrible if those directives are carried out.
Why?
The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops. That means famine and bloodshed.
Really? Michael, my boy, you'll be rewarded for this.
Rewarded for what?
Warning me. Warning me in time. Giving me a chance to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
Well, you can't stop them.
Why?
They've taken every precaution. The farmers are desperate, I tell you. If you make one move, the entire crop will be wiped out.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, that's where you're wrong, all wrong. The plan has been carefully worked out. You don't have the manpower or the facilities to stop it.
Oh, but what'll I do?
Cooperate.
How?
Arrange a bipartisan election. An election in which the farmers are free to nominate and vote for the candidate they want.
Do you know what you're asking?
I'm asking you to protect yourself, your position. The farmers are desperate, I tell you.
All right. All right, I'll see to it the farmers get the election.
It will take an official announcement of the election to appease them.
Well, I'll see to it that the official announcement is published.
Thank you. Well, I'm anxious to give them the news. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Vegas?
Yes, sir?
Did you get that?
Yes, sir. The whole thing was recorded.
Good. He's a bigger fool than his father or his brother.
Yeah. What are you going to do about the election?
Do? Farmers will have the election. The fools.
Well, let's get started. I've called this meeting of the campaign committee to make a final check on the arrangements for the election eve rally.
Why bother going to the trouble making a lot of elaborate arrangements? Let's face it, the whole thing will be broken up by the police.
Yes, George is right. The police have started riots and broken up practically all of our meetings.
That's right, Tom. The way things are going, it begins to look like we might run out of candidates.
Yeah. First they refuse to let us nominate candidates for the key executive positions. Then they make wholesale arrests of the candidates they did let us nominate.
I'm beginning to think these meetings are a bad idea from the standpoint of the people. Every time we hold a meeting, more of them get their heads in a sling as a result of being beat up by the police.
I warned you, Michael. Davy's idea of cooperation is coercion.
Now listen to me, all of you. Perhaps I've been a fool. But I did get the farmers the election. Sure, the police broke up our meetings and arrested some of us. But it's given the rest of us a chance to rekindle the hope for freedom in the hearts of a lot of people. A chance to speak the truth, which I don't have to tell you would have landed the whole lot of us in jail for treason, except for the fact that the commies evidently thought we were using their methods of buttering up the public with idle election promises. We not only reached the farmers, but the others who are anxious to break the stranglehold of communism. We're not going to stop now. We're going through with the rally and win the election.
greatest individual rally in the history of politics. That can mean only one thing for the Farm Party. Victory at the polls tomorrow. Yes, victory. You will hear a message from the leader of your party, who has instilled courage in the hearts of every one of us, because he speaks the truth without fear. Your candidate for Senator, Michael Peter. Yes, Senator Michael Peter. But first, a message from another popular candidate. Your choice for the Assembly, Anson Stamble.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, freedom-loving people, this gathering here tonight proves that in spite of being terrorized by the minions of communism, the cry for freedom cannot be silenced. Cannot be silenced.
Please, Claire, please stop crying.
I can't.
Did Stambaugh mean so much to you?
No, but you do.
Me?
Yes, Michael. You're next.
Claire, you surprise me. You frighten me.
Yes, Michael, I'm horribly frightened.
I don't get it. I never saw you lose your nerve before. You were party secretary for my father and my brother. You didn't go to pieces like this when they were killed.
Well, that was different.
Why?
Their deaths were unexpected. But this agony of knowing you're next is awful. I can't stand the thought of seeing you sprawled out at a lift.
Violent death is no stranger to you. Why this concern about my life?
Because I'm in love with you, Michael.
I'm sorry. Very sorry for you.
Why?
I can't offer you anything but the prospect of being a widow.
I know. But I had to tell you.
In a way, I'm glad you did. I saw it in your eyes, but I was afraid to recognize it, afraid I'd admit I love you.
But why be afraid to admit it?
Because you don't willingly risk the life of the person you love. If they find out I love you, they'll strike at me through you.
I'm not afraid, Michael.
I refuse to make you a target.
Michael, the report indicates a turnout of voters for this election will set a new record.
Yes, but how many of them will get a chance to vote?
Hey, there's been rioting reported in the 43rd District.
108th District reports scores of voters injured in rioting.
71st District reports riots in progress.
The police are doing everything in their power to keep the people from voting.
Yes. Thank God I know. It'll all be over soon. It's almost time for the polls to close.
Michael, listen to this.
What is it?
Report just came in from the farm districts that the indications are that lines of voters blocks long won't get a chance to vote.
Why not?
The police are asking a lot of unnecessary questions to slow down the voting.
Well, we can be thankful for just one thing.
Oh? What's that?
That they didn't think of it sooner.
You are listening to Trial and Terror, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Farm vote carries 11th District.
Farm vote carries 63rd District.
Farm vote carries 192nd District.
The farm vote wins!
The farm vote wins in a landslide!
So, Senator, here's your first official communique. You won't like it.
What is it?
You'd better read it for yourself.
This is to inform you that of this state. Dirty rat.
Easy, Michael.
I'll see about this.
What are you going to do?
Talk to David.
Michael, please! Be careful what you say.
Come in, Michael. Come in. Sit down.
I want to talk to you about the order you issued to seize the farmers' crops.
Sit down, Michael. Take it easy. You'll live longer.
That's a threat, isn't it?
Yes. Matter of fact, it is. Glad we understand each other.
You don't frighten me.
No? Would jail frighten you?
You can't arrest me. Or have you forgotten I'm a senator entitled by your own law to political immunity?
Oh, yes. You did win the election, didn't you? Did a fine job. You're a fine leader. Finer leader than your father was. Also a bigger fool.
If a fool can beat you and your party in an election, just what does that make you?
It was all part of my plan.
Sure. If you were satisfied to lose that election, you wouldn't have had the police fill the hospitals with victims of their beatings.
Those people just happened to be the victims of my squeeze play to save the crops. I pacified the farmers by letting them have an election.
Supposedly a free election. Instead, you refused to let us nominate candidates for a lot of key positions.
Of course. Never give a sucker an even break.
Every one of our candidates who was allowed to run won.
And what have you got? 117 votes in the Senate. Communists retained 233.
It's a moral victory for the farmers. And we have the power of killing a lot of measures that you could otherwise pass.
Granted. But have you considered the price they paid? The election was timed so that the farmers would have the crops harvested, ready for market, and easy to confiscate. Which is now being done.
Yes.
And you can't do anything about it, Mr. Senator. Assembly isn't scheduled to convene in time to stop action on those directives. The farmers will be reduced to servants of communism.
Slaves, you mean?
Oh, no. Servants. The people serve communism.
There's still a chance that your plan will backfire.
Really?
Yes, the election proved one thing.
What is that?
The desire for freedom isn't dead. It's taken a new lease on life. The people found out that they can fight communism. I'm one of those people. I'll fight communism. I'll use every fair means or foul to weed it out. Tear it out by the roots. And you can't stop me. I'm a senator. I have political immunity. I'll see you in the assembly.
Goodbye, Senator.
Michael, George, look over there in front of the Senate building.
Soldiers. There must be at least 50 of them.
Yes.
Well, what's the idea? You suppose they're going to try to keep us out of the assembly?
I don't know. But the only thing that'll stop me is a bullet.
No, Michael, please. Don't do anything that'll invite a bullet.
Claire's right, Michael. If the old adage is right about death always strikes 3 times. Be careful.
Your father was shot down approaching the Senate. Your brother was killed entering the building. Please be careful.
Come on. Let me do the talking.
Michael, if anything happens to you...
Whatever happens, remain impersonal. You're the recognized secretary of our party. If you betray your emotions for me, they'll strike at me through you.
Michael is right, Claire.
I'll remember. But, Michael, please.
Halt! What's the idea? We're members of the Assembly. I'm Senator Peters. This is my party secretary.
Your identification.
Identification?
Yes.
Here it is.
Here's mine.
Here's mine.
Michael Peters. That checks. George Ketchel. Claire Brewster. You may enter.
I wonder what it's all about.
Well, I don't like it. There's something in the air.
Davies is here today. Perhaps he called out the militia to act as his bodyguard.
Yeah. The popular leader of the masses never goes anywhere without a strong bodyguard.
I just thought of something.
What?
It's good we got here early.
Why?
We need every single vote to block a bill from passing by a two-thirds majority.
That's right.
Let's get on the phone, make sure that all our members bring along proper identification.
Yes, that's a good idea.
There are public telephones over there.
Come on. What the devil? The phone is dead.
The telephones are temporarily disconnected.
What?
There's no outside telephone service.
Claire, you'd better go out and find a telephone.
Nobody is allowed to leave the building.
Claire, please try to calm down. You're so nervous, I doubt if you'll be able to transcribe legibly.
I tell you, there's something going on here that we don't know anything about, Michael. Aren't you nervous?
Naturally. The communist members of the Senate are thoroughly schooled in every phase of legislative procedure. Our members are green. It's going to put us at a considerable disadvantage.
I wonder if all our members are present. You can't tell from here.
So far, so good.
Are they all here?
Yes, I just checked in the last one.
Good.
Look, there's Davies.
Yes, he'll occupy the president's chair.
The Senate is now in session. Lieutenant Governor George Davies will preside.
Members of the Assembly, we're gathered here in the first joint session of the Communist Party and the newly elected members of the Farm Party. The first duty is to introduce the newly elected Speaker of the House for the Farm Party, Michael Peters, and to present his case as the first business of the day.
What did he say? Did I understand you to say my case?
The Assembly has been requested to take action on a court order charging you with conspiracy.
This is unconstitutional.
The court has asked for an authorization for your arrest.
As a senator, I'm entitled to political immunity.
Political immunity can be revoked by a majority vote of the Assembly after hearing the evidence.
Is this your method to eliminate the danger of the farm vote blocking the passage of measures presented before the Senate?
This is an action requested by court order.
What are the charges?
Court charges Michael Peters with organizing terrorist activities to create famine and bloodshed by inciting farmers to engage in mass destruction of crops.
That's a lie.
Treason! Based on signed confessions made by fellow conspirators.
That's a lie. I never engaged in acts of treason.
Unfortunately for you, Michael Peters, the police take precautions to prove their accusations.
With confessions, no doubt. Confessions extracted by physical tortures or psychological tortures.
You have quite an imagination.
Not enough imagination to estimate the suffering some of the victims I know of experienced.
The police, however, do have confessions. They were not extracted by torture, as you suggested. However, the bulk of the proof is in your own words.
That I would like to hear.
Since you're entitled to a fair hearing, you'll hear that proof. It's been prepared to present before the Assembly. If you will be seated, you and all the members of the Assembly will hear it introduced as evidence.
Oh, Michael, I knew something was going to happen.
Control yourself. Remember my warning about displaying emotions.
All right.
Michael, what's he trying to prove?
I don't know.
Members of the Assembly, you will now hear the first of two recordings.
Yes, sit down, Michael. Sit down. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis. Sounds funny coming from a Peters.
I've been asked to take over as leader of the farm group.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops.
Michael, you'll be rewarded for warning me in time to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
That record makes me sound like a traitor to the farmers.
You admit it's your voice?
Yes, it's my voice, but it's a trick. It's a trick to discredit me in the eyes of my party.
You admitted the voice we heard on that record was your voice. That'll be all. Be seated.
It's a trick. Yes, of course it's a trick. They make a tape recording of a conversation, then cut up the tape and reassemble it to give the conversation an entirely different meaning.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
It almost fooled me, Michael. That's damaging evidence.
I realize that. Wonder what else he's got up his sleeve.
The second record will now be presented to the Assembly in evidence.
The people can fight communism. The plan has been carefully worked out. Mass destruction of crops. Famine can stop them. The farmers can have the power to kill. Weed out communism. Use every fair means, or foul. Tear out communism by the roots.
Let's get out of here. It's no use. The place is surrounded.
Michael,
No,
hold me.
don't you understand?
Oh, of course I understand. They're going to take you away.
I don't want the same thing to happen to you.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Members of the Assembly, those in favor of revoking immunity, say yes! Arrest Michael Peter!
You have just heard a story of what can happen to a political leader under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Bulgaria. It did happen to the leader of the agrarian party, Nicola Petrov. After being brutally tortured in an effort to get him to sign a confession admitting the false charges he was convicted on, Nicola Petrov, called the bravest Democrat of all, was hanged. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Stan Waxman as Michael Peters in Trial and Terror. Paul Frees was Davies, Lou Krugman was George, Byron Kane was Tom, and Janet Logan was Claire. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Trial and Terror was written for If Freedom Failed by Bill Tilak, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Failed. we'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of an oil company. The story of what happens to industry under a communist regime. Lloyd Nolan is starred as Elliot Vickers in Danse Macabre.
Yes, Miss Stevens.
Ralph Burke is here, Mr. Vickers.
Tell him to come in. Yes, come in.
Want to see me, Mr. Vickers?
Yes, sit down. Ralph, you've been with Consolidated Oil for quite a while now, haven't you?
Going on 6 years.
Started as a clerk, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you're still one.
Yeah.
Did you ever wonder why?
Sure I have. Lots of times.
This is a big organization, Ralph, one of the biggest oil companies in America. We employ quite a number of people. Each of us has a job to do, and every job is important.
Sure.
Every job is important, even yours. If one of us falls down on his job, the rest of the organization suffers.
Did you call me in here just to tell me that?
That, and the fact that you were an hour late this morning.
Oh.
What's your excuse this time?
I overslept.
Now, look, Ralph. I'm not going to stand for much more of this indifference of yours.
No? Then why don't you fire me?
You know why. Because the party-controlled trade union won't let me. Now, get out of here.
Okay, Mr. Vickers.
All right, but let me tell you one thing. As long as you're with Consolidated, you'll be nothing but a clerk.
Don't give any odds on that, Mr. Vickers.
Get out.
Come in, Mr. Andrews. I was just leaving.
Dirty little... For 2 cents, I'd gladly wring his dirty neck.
What was the pride of the dance I was doing here? He been giving you trouble, Elliot?
Yeah, that's all he has been giving me. Ever since the communists took over the trade unions, guys like Ralph Burke have become the untouchables. You can't fire them for anything less than murder. Oh, John, isn't there anything we can do?
Elliot, look. Consolidated isn't the only account I handle as consulting attorney, and Consolidated isn't the only industry that's been having trouble. Believe me, you're all in the same boat, and I'm afraid there isn't a thing any of you can do about the situation.
Surely you've been able to find out some way to beat them, some loophole.
There is no loophole. That's what I came here to tell you. I've gone over the trade union contract with a fine-tooth comb, and there's no way out.
There must be.
There might have been at first, when the trade union was formed, before the communists got their hooks into it. In the beginning, if management had trouble with any of our employees, or if the employees had any beef, you could sit down together with a representative from the trade union and iron out your difficulties. Put your cards on the table. As the communists took over all the unions, they play a different kind of a game. They always win.
Well, then what are we supposed to do?
Nothing. You go on producing oil the best way you can.
Oh, sure. Sure, and hand 75% of it over to the Central Committee.
You have no other choice.
Whatever happened to the thing we used to have called free enterprise?
Haven't you heard? We all share everything.
Yeah. How can we share what we don't have? Sure, they claim we're living in a classless society. No rich, no poor. But the distinction is greater than it ever was. What little we're allowed to earn barely covers food, rent, and fuel. The communist aim is to beat us down into slave labor standard. They're sure heading in the right direction.
Yes, they sure are. And there's an ugly rumor going around that some of your key men are going to join the Communist Party for protection.
They can.
Why not? Elliot, the idea is certainly logical. Maybe they're still hanging on to their democratic ideals, but they have to live. And certainly, immediate salvation under communism looks a lot better than a vague hope of some distant, brighter future.
Would you join the party?
Well, I don't know.
John!
I wouldn't want to, Elliot, but the time is coming when I'll have little choice. When any of us will have a choice.
Yes?
Mr. Winston's on the phone, Mr. Vickers.
Put him on. Hello, Frank. Yes. What? But we've told them that we can't do that. We'll kill it if we do. Yes. Oh, I of course you have. I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Well, maybe I better come down and see if there's anything I can do. Is Albright still there? Well, tell him to wait. Well, they're at it again. Comrade Albright's at the field insisting that we aren't producing enough oil. The Central Committee wants more.
What do they want to do, run the ground dry?
Well, it looks like it. And when a geologist like Frank Winston can't make them understand it. I'm going down to the field and see if I can make Albright listen to reason.
You're wasting your time, Elliot.
I know, but enough's enough. Oh, in the meantime, John, go over the contract again. Go over it with an X-ray if you have to. There must be some way to beat them at their own game.
Here's Mr. Vickers. You better talk to him.
Hello, Frank.
Elliot.
Hello, Albright.
Hey, Vickers.
What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. The Central Committee just sent me down to see what's holding up production of oil.
I explained to Mr. Albright that when we try to withdraw the oil too rapidly, the overproduction upsets the balance between the gas and water pressure. And that forces the oil up through the ground, and the water and gas gets to the well before the oil. I also told him when that happens too many times, the oil still in the ground may be lost.
Yeah, that's right, Albright. If we try to increase the production, there's a danger that the wells will run completely dry.
Well, I don't get any of that technical stuff. All I know is there's plenty of oil in the ground. The faster you pump it out, the more you get.
But practical experience has shown us
Look,
that
Winston. Yesterday I got a letter from the Central Committee. They don't like the condition of our national economy or the Treasury. They want to speed up the production of oil here at Springfield. You see, our other nations will buy all we can produce. That way we can build up the treasury.
I still say you're asking us to do the impossible.
Look, I don't care what you say. I've got my orders. And you've got yours.
Be reasonable, Albright. The men have been working for Consolidated for many, many years. This is the only job some of them have had. They know it's their bread and butter. And they're not going to do anything that might put an end to their source of income.
We're not asking them to stop working.
No, but you're asking them to overwork the pumps. And I don't think that they'll do that.
Some of them might. Hey, Newman! Joe!
Sorry, Mr. Albright.
Hey, come over here now, will you?
Newman?
That's right.
But he's our field engineer.
He's a party's engineer, too.
What's up, Mr. Albright?
I've been having a little argument with Mr. Vickers.
Yeah.
He seems to think your men are overworking the pumps.
We're getting the oil, ain't we? There's a lot more where it came from.
But you can't speed up production, Newman. You know that. Before long, there won't be any oil left at all.
Winston's right, Newman. From now on, you'll keep the production level where it is.
That an order, Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Sorry. I take my orders from the trade union.
As long as you work for Consolidated, you'll take orders from me.
Now, see here, Vickers.
Just a second, Mr. Albright. Look, Mr. Vickers, it's about time we had a showdown. I've been taking orders from you and the rest of the Consolidated's big shots for a long time. I've watched new guys come in and grab jobs I should have had.
They got the jobs because they were more competent.
That's your opinion. The party leaders seem to think I'm okay. Right, Mr. Albright?
Right, Joe.
From now on, Mr. Vickers, if you've got any complaints, tell it to the party. I'm too busy to listen.
As I was saying, Vickers, Commissar Post wants your oil production speeded up. I'll leave it to you to figure out how. Tom, I'll see you soon.
It's funny what a little power can do to some people. I remember Sam Albright was councilman for the 14th District. He was a pretty nice guy then. Of course, he was ambitious even then. Knock himself out for anybody in Springfield if he thought it would help him politically. Yeah, Sam always played along with the right people.
Looks like he still is.
Yeah. Well, there he goes.
I don't like it. I have a feeling that something's brewing.
Maybe. Well, what do we do about the Central Committee's order for more oil?
I don't know. I don't know, Frank. I'll try to think of some way to get around it. Right now, I'm going home and have some lunch. Maybe it'll give me strength to take all this.
Mr. Vickers, I've been trying to reach you. I called your house, but you'd already left.
What is it? Where is everyone?
In the boardroom upstairs.
In the boardroom?
Mr. Walker and 2 other trade union officials came in just a little while ago and said they wanted everybody on the office staff in there. Mr. Vickers, what does it mean?
I'm not sure, Miss Stevens. I just hope it doesn't mean what I think it does. What's this all about, John?
I'm as much in the dark as you are, Elliot.
All right, what is Ralph Burke doing here? I thought this was a staff meeting.
Search me.
I don't like it.
All right, quiet down. Now, this meeting has been called for a special reason. Most of you are probably wondering why. Well, the president of our trade union is here to tell you all about it. Here he is, Comrade Roy Walker.
Oh, so that's it. Burke's a member of the party.
I'm not going to take up much of your time. Just one thing I want to talk to you about. Most of the people you got working for you here at Consolidated are members in good standing of the trade union. Most of them, I said. But I got information that some of them are antisocial. Some of them are anti-worker.
Quiet! Go ahead, Comrade Walker.
Like I said, there's some people here who refuse to recognize the party in America. And the time has come for us to expose them. This is a list of those people. Comrade Burke has done a good job of bringing their names to the attention of the trade union. I'm going to ask him to read the list.
Martin Goodman, pumper. Carl Eaton, oiler. Alan Geiser, payroll. Howard Finley, accountant.
Finley? Hey, just a minute. What's Finley accused of?
You're out of order, Mr. Vickers.
Finley has been an accountant with Consolidated for 15 years, and we have no complaints.
So what? Anybody can do the work he does. It doesn't take any brains to be an accountant. In 2 or 3 weeks, I could learn enough about Consolidated to take over the whole accounting department.
Just a minute, Burke. What right have you to talk?
Comrade Burke will continue with the list.
Where does he get off getting up that...
Comrade Burke will continue.
Howard Finley, accountant. Vernon Lambert, gauger. Ruth Seeley, refinery. Dorothy McKee, distillery. Paul Miller, gauger. Shirley Smith, personnel. And Jim Colbert, superintendent of pipelines.
The people Comrade Burke just named are dangerous to the future of the party. The trade union refuses to recognize them as members. And we suggest they be dismissed from Consolidated. Any objections?
Any objections?
If there are no objections, we'll...
Yes, I have an objection.
Oh?
Are these people to be fired without being given a chance to defend themselves?
Since they're not recognized by the party, they can have no defense.
No, probably not, according to party ethics. But in a civilized democracy, they'd be allowed to state their beliefs and plead their innocence.
I see. What's your name?
He's John Andrews. He's consulting attorney for Consolidated.
Well, Andrews, all I got to say is if you're smart, you'll stick to your law books and stay out of things that are none of your business. Are there any more objections? Okay. If there's no more objections, it's the will of the workers that the people on this list be fired from the Consolidated Oil Company. That's all.
There's no reason to get upset over this thing, Finley. Now, if you and the others on the list will just sit tight, we'll see if there isn't something that can be done.
Please don't try to help us. It won't do any good. It'll only make matters worse.
But the trade union has no legal right to take such action.
What difference does that make? They have the power.
But Finley,
Please, don't call me in here again. If Burke or any of the others see me, they'll report me.
Hello, Davidson.
Hello, Mr. Vickers. Sorry, I'm due out in the field now.
No, wait. I want to talk to you. I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks.
No. Mr. Vickers, I don't have time to talk right now. I'm sorry.
Wait. What is it, Davidson? Have you joined the party, too?
No, not yet, but... Look, I got 4 kids. One of them taking treatments for polio. I got to make a living. Job I have is the only one I'll ever have. They'll see to that. They got us all dancing to their music.
You are listening to Danse Macabre, starring Lloyd Nolan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
They've got the employees completely paralyzed with fear. They can make the most outlandish request, and all you hear is, yes, comrade. Right away, comrade.
Please, dear, your dinner's getting cold.
Oh, dinner? I can't even think of food.
Elliot, you haven't eaten a decent meal in weeks. You can't go on like
Can
this.
any of us? Already we've had 3 purges. You know what that does to morale? The people come to work, but they can't concentrate because of worry about the future. Then they work because of fear. The fear is certainly no incentive to efficient work, so we try to offset the deficiency by drive. And again, urging people to work is no substitute for their will to work. So what happens? Production falls off despite everything we try to do.
Is it really that serious?
Yes, Edith, it is. The whole atmosphere around the plant is poisonous. If the communists inform us see anyone associating with us or even talking to us, they're branded as possessing ideas contrary to the thinking of the people's democracy.
Joining the Communist Party is such a terrible thing.
Edith!
Well, after all, the people keep their jobs, even if they do join.
Oh, you don't understand. They aren't the same people after they've joined. There's no longer the friendship of men working together on a common job. It's evident that they're being influenced, instructed. They fear what'll happen if they don't toe the line. And not only that, every man has his eye on the next man's job. Every one of them is a potential informer on others that they once considered close friends.
But how can the communists exert so much influence over the people? For that matter, where did they get such power in the first place? I always thought America was the most powerful country on earth.
It could have been. It could have been if we had stamped out this evil while we had the chance.
Well, what's going to happen, Elliot?
I don't know. But I have a feeling that it's going to happen soon, whatever it is. As Davidson said, the communists have us dancing to their music.
On this Easter morning, in a time of great suffering and shaken faith, we must look back to another Easter season, to a tomb cut in stone. We must remember the great promise bound round with rope and guarded against intruders. On that other Easter, so many years ago, there were those who traveled the countryside to speak words of hope. Today, the travelers are few, but the words of hope remain. They must remain. For without hope, we are like the chaff which is scattered by the wind. We cannot despair in this dark
John,
hour.
what is it?
Come on, I must talk to you.
Well, can't it wait?
No, come on.
All right.
Elliot, where are you going?
I'll see you later. Pardon me. I'm sorry.
This above all, thy own self be true.
What's wrong, John?
Wait a minute. All right, get in the car.
All right. Now, what's all the mystery?
The communists have come out into the open, Elliot. They're taking over all industries, employing more than 100 people.
What?
Yes, they've already started to replace managers and the office staffs in about 600 plants.
Consolidated?
I don't know, Elliot. That's why I came and got you.
How did you find out about
Somebody called me on the telephone, refused to give his name.
I knew it. I knew this was coming, but I didn't think it would happen so soon.
Well, nobody did.
That's pretty clever on their part. Strike us when we're in church praying for a strengthening of hope and faith.
They know what they're doing.
Lord only knows what other plans they have up their sleeves. We'd better get down to the office as fast as we can.
That's where I'm heading. I have a hunch we're going to run into trouble.
Well, so far everything's all right.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Look, Elliot.
What?
Somebody else must have found out about this. They've called the police to guard the front door.
It'll take more than 2 policemen to keep the communists out.
Just a second. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, that's all right, officer. I'm manager of this plant.
Who's he?
He's our consulting attorney.
I don't know. I got orders to keep everybody out.
All right, now, look, officer, I appreciate your doing your job, but since I'm manager here, I can't see any reason why I should be kept out, or Mr. Andrews.
It's like he said, mister. We got our orders.
Your orders to do what?
To do whatever Comrade Walker tells us to.
Walker?
Sure. We're working with him now. Maybe you haven't heard, mister, but the party's taken over this place. Matter of fact, Comrade Walker's in your office right now, going over the books.
What? I want to see him.
Think it's okay to let him in, Charlie?
Yeah, sure. Why not? They can't make us any trouble.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you, officer. Come on, John.
So it's come.
Yes.
Now what?
First, we talk to Walker.
Won't do you any good. He's holding all the aces.
Maybe he is. But I'm not giving up without a fight.
We haven't got a chance, Elliot. They're in, and they're going to stay in.
Maybe. But first, I'm going to find out just what goes. I wonder if we should knock before we go in.
Bring over those other two ledgers with you, Burr.
Yes, Comrade.
Oh, Vickers, Andrews, climb in.
Comrade Walker, I want to talk to you.
Close the door.
All right, Walker, what's going on?
I'm going over the books with Consolidated's new accountant.
You mean Burke?
Yeah. He means me. See, Vickers? I told you I wouldn't always be a clerk.
Well, you lousy little...
All right, Vickers. None of that. Get back to the books, Burke.
Sure.
He'll ruin those books.
I don't think so. Comrade Burke's a loyal member of the party.
You know, Walker, legally you have no right to take over Consolidated.
You're wrong, Andrews. You were told you weren't meeting the Central Committee's request for more oil.
You mean that demand?
So we're taking over to speed up production.
I told you once you can't speed up production. You have to control the rate of production or you dissipate the underground pressure and lose the oil forever.
Isn't it a fact that you gave out instructions from time to time to decrease the production rates?
Yes, I did, but it was only because such a move was good engineering. It was necessary for efficiency.
That's your explanation. We believe the decreases were political, for the purpose of sabotaging the 3-year plan.
That is not true.
We think it is. There are other examples of mismanagement we're going to correct. For one thing, the wages you've been paying are too high.
They're too... Well, coming from the head of a trade union, that's very funny. Just how do you figure that?
Your books prove it. Out of their wages, the men are able to give contributions to social welfare expenses, gifts for births, marriages, maintenance of employees' clubs.
Well, they've never complained about it.
If they pay for these unnecessary benefits, they're obviously making more money than they need. So these benefits will be eliminated, and the wages cut accordingly.
No, wait. How will the men meet their living expenses if you cut their wages? They have rent to pay, food to buy, autos.
Autos are a worker's luxury. They'll be confiscated. We'll show the workers that savings can be made, even though they earn less money.
That's impossible.
Not if they're conditioned to accept the savings.
You don't have to condition workmen against fair treatment. And what you hope to save at the expense of the workers is chicken feed. It's detrimental to their morale.
We're only interested in building up party doctrine and policy.
You'll make slaves of the people by depriving them of their rights.
Rights? It's only right if the party says so.
And their freedom?
Freedom to do what? From now on, the only freedom in this country will be the freedom to work for the party.
Let go of me! Let go of me! I'm going in!
David,
what's going on?
Davidson, the guy said he has to talk to you, but we told him, come on, you're getting out.
No!
Let go of him.
What? All right, Sergeant, you can let him go. Now, what do you want?
I've been fired. Why? Why?
What's your name?
Davidson, Henry Davidson.
He was on the last list, Comrade Walker.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Bert.
I demand to know why I was fired.
We don't have to give you reasons, Davidson. You're through, that's all.
Oh. How about the money that's coming in, my severance pay?
Forfeited.
But it's mine. I need it. My son, the hospital, his treatment.
You've been declared a fascist, an enemy of the party. Therefore, your severance pay is
My
canceled.
son is going to die if I don't get that money.
Then let him die.
No.
Go on home, Henry. I'll see what
I can't see
Take
him
him
die.
out of here.
All right, get going.
I can't do anything for him. He'll die. But if he dies, there's nothing left, nothing.
Is that an example of what the party hopes to do for the people?
He's weak. There's no place for the weak in the party.
What was that?
You better come out here. That crazy guy just grabbed my gun and shot himself.
John, let's get out of here. I think I'm going to be sick.
Horrible, Elliot. Horrible.
They've gone mad, Edith. They've seized all the big industries and they've closed down the little ones. They've started their reign of terror. The people are joining the party because they have no other choice except to kill themselves or to try to get out of the country.
Where will it end?
They aren't going to stop with the workers themselves. There'll be more purges, and still more. They'll get everybody. No one will escape.
Not you.
There's no way out for me either. I'll never join the party. I'm not weak enough to do what Henry Davidson did, but the light has been shut out, Edith. All we can do now is hold fast to our faith and hope.
Don't answer it.
Oh, it's all right, dear.
Yes? You, Elliot Vickers.
Yes.
You're to come with me.
Where are you taking? What are you going to do to him?
Don't worry, Mrs. Vickers. We only want to ask him a few questions. We'll be back in an hour. All right. Let's go.
Goodbye, Edith.
You'll be back soon, Elliot?
Yes, dear. But, don't wait dinner.
You have just heard a story of what happens to industry under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American industry if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the Mayort Oil Company in Hungary. It did happen to the manager's secretary, the chief geologist, and the consulting attorney who were arrested. It did happen to the field superintendent who jumped to his death from an oil derrick. It did happen to the chief engineer who got 4 years in prison, to another executive who got 10. It did happen to the manager of the company who was tortured into signing a confession and sentenced to life imprisonment. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Lloyd Noland as Elliot Vickers in Danse Macabre. Stacey Harris was Andrews, Lou Krugman was Albright, and Tyler McVeigh was Walker. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Danse Macabre was written for If Freedom Failed by Milton Kahn, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Floyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to freedom of thought under a communist regime. Mercedes McCambridge stars as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop.
Where are you at?
Out in the garden, Father.
An old friend of ours is here to see us.
Oh, Dean Maxwell.
Hello, Anne.
How nice to see you again.
And you?
Sit down, Tom. Will you have a drink?
No, nothing, thanks.
And how is my favorite educator?
Oh, a little grayer, a little older. That's about all.
Anne, Dean Maxwell has some interesting news for you.
Yes, Anne, and I won't keep you in suspense about it. I put in the request for you to join our teaching staff at Midwestern, and it's been approved.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's your certificate and the note of approval from the communist leaders in charge of education.
Oh, when do I begin?
3 weeks. The start of the fall term.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, Dad doesn't have much confidence in my ability as a teacher. But I have to be doing something.
No, it's not that. You know it isn't. But
what?
Anne, honey, I've tried to protect you from what's going on. I've been pretty well able to do that up until now. But now, for almost the first time in your life, you're going to be on your own. You'll see things and you'll find out about things that...
Henry, I'll give our girl all the help I can. You know that.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for you being there, I'd be a lot more frightened.
Well, I, for one, don't understand what all the fuss is about. I speak 5 languages and speak them well, thanks to you, Father. I can certainly teach them to others. So stop pulling those long faces, you two.
All right.
And now I have 1,001 things to do to get ready. So if you'll excuse me, Dean Maxwell.
Certainly.
I'll be upstairs if you want me for anything, Dad.
All right, dear. Tom, please take care of her. Promise me you will.
Yes, Henry. I promise.
Yes? What is it? Good morning. I'm Anne Bishop. I believe that I...
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. Dean Maxwell is expecting you. My name is Anderson.
How do you do?
Now, there are a few questions I want to ask, Miss Bishop.
Oh, but my appointment
These questions come first. Your full name, please.
Anne Marie Bishop.
Other names by which you are known?
I beg your pardon?
Other names, aliases, names used in party work, etc.
No. None.
Mm-hmm. Now, your party number.
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
Really? Well, this is most surprising. You have your certificate, do you?
Oh, yes, everything's in order.
But I don't understand. We've never permitted a non-party member to teach here. Does Dean Maxwell know about this?
Yes.
Did he have anything to do with securing your appointment here?
I believe he put in the initial request.
I see.
My language experience has been entirely practical. My father and I traveled a great deal before the communists. That is, before travel was restricted.
Your father? Miss Bishop, are you related to Commissar of Culture for this district? Henry Bishop?
He's my father.
Oh, well. Well, of course, that explains a great deal. Please go right in, Miss Bishop. I'm very sorry that this took so long, but you know how it is. Rules and regulations and everything.
Yes, I know how it is. Thank you, Miss Anderson.
Miss Bishop, to see you, Dr. Maxwell.
Come in, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
Please take a chair there. There are several things that are required of me in meeting a new teacher at Midwestern People's University. First, in the name of the people and of the Communist Party, may I welcome you to this school of learning. Second, I have a statement to read. Here it is. Every teacher in this institution must study thoroughly the broad, many-sided, and extremely significant science of society, which is communism, in order to work with maximum consciousness and clear purposefulness for the cause of communism.
This is the society of the laws of the development of society, of the laws of the development of the proletarian revolution, of the victory of communism. Above all, remember, political orientation and loyalty to the work of communism are the principal traits of the good teacher. Now, Miss Bishop, do you understand everything I have said so far?
Well, not quite, Doctor. You see, I thought that I was...
Miss Bishop, I will repeat the question. Do you understand everything I have said? And answer yes.
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand.
Very well. And now, Miss Bishop, this concludes our initial interview. If you will come with me, please, I shall show you your office and classroom.
All right.
Miss Anderson?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I'm taking our new teacher on a personally conducted tour. I'll be back within an hour.
Oh, but have you forgotten
I'm
about...
sure that rules and regulations would require this action for the daughter of Henry Bishop. Don't you agree?
Of course.
I thought you would. Come along, Anne. Let's get some fresh air.
I'm all confused with what's going on. I don't make head or tails of it.
Confusion is the order of the day, Anne. That's why I wanted to talk to you out here. It's the only way I can straighten you out before you make a mistake.
Mistake?
Any little error, any departure from the prescribed methods could mean your ruin here. I've known for quite some time that my secretary is a member of the secret police. Every word spoken in my office goes down in the records. Oh, yes. Miss Anderson is very efficient.
Oh, that's terrible.
You'll learn to live with such things, to make the best of them. Like I have, and like your father.
Could we sit down here for a minute?
Certainly. Right over here.
So, what did you mean by like my father?
I went to school with Henry Bishop, roomed with him for 4 years. I guess I know him about as well as anyone could. We're a great deal alike in many ways. We're both old men now with not much to look forward to except death.
That's not true.
I know what I'm talking about. Your father had the same reasons for joining the Communist Party that I did. It was the easiest way to keep living. He follows directions just as I do, for the same motive. Certainly he can do some good as Commissar of Culture. I can do some good as the Dean of the Language Department. But we're still afraid. Afraid to show any independence of thought because that's dangerous. We obey blindly in constant fear of being called down for deviations. And you must learn to do the same, my dear.
I'll try, Doctor. I'll try very hard.
I'm sure you will. Now, let me tell you about a few institutions we have here at the school. There's what we refer to as the triangle. It consists of 3 people who spy on teachers and students alike in every department. They're the ones to watch out for. First, there's Frederick Lodge. He's the organizer for the Communist Party. Second, Stanley Tortel, organizer of the Communist Youth. And third is our own Miss Anderson, my secretary.
I'm beginning to understand what you're up against.
Yes, it makes it all very cozy. Various triangles in the campus are joined together in the PTA.
You mean the parents are involved?
No, I forgot to tell you. The PTA exists, but not as the Parent Teachers Association. Now it is the People's Triangle Alliance. Clever, don't you think?
Yes, very clever. It's frightening, too.
Yes. And just one more thing to say, Anne. I know how much you think of your father.
Oh, yes, we're very close. We have been ever since my mother died.
I know that. But remember this. Your father is a big man as far as the communists are concerned. A man with an important position. They need him because the people respect him. His name alone will help you a lot. But anything that you do will reflect on him also, for good or bad. If you make a mistake, he'll have to answer for it along with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand a lot more now than I ever did before. And thank you.
Well, then, let's show you to your classrooms now.
You have the
report on Miss Ann Bishop, Hotel.
Yes, I do.
Read it, please.
Subject teacher does not display proper political orientation. On 4 September, she made the statement in front of the class that the French textbook was outmoded, backward, and ridiculous. On 27 September, she claimed to find an error in the German grammar, and with complete lack of discipline, substituted what she claimed was the correct facts. That's the end of it.
You've been very thorough, Miss Anderson.
I have one more thing to report. One day in Dean Maxwell's office, the subject made this statement. I have the recording, too, if you want it.
No, just read it, please.
She said, I know these textbooks are prescribed, but does that mean that they have to be adhered to as rigidly as if they are government edicts?
Yeah. Very inflammatory. What a criminal answer.
I didn't get the answer. They left right after that.
Together?
Yes.
Obviously working together. I think we'd better be careful about this one. Her father, you know.
Yes, by all means.
I'm going to have Miss Bishop meet with this triangle and see if we can straighten her out. You have a chair, please, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Tuttle. I'm Frederick Lodge, and I believe you know Miss Anderson.
Yes, I do.
Out of consideration for your father, we've decided to permit you to appear in person to answer certain grievances which are held against you.
So may I ask exactly what these grievances are?
We're informed that in some of your classes you no longer use the textbooks that are recommended, that instead you're using your own methods of teaching.
That's true.
Can you explain this?
When I find a mistake in a grammar, it's a mistake, no matter who wrote the book.
Miss Bishop, whatever the leaders say is correct. That goes for even a rule of grammar.
And if tomorrow some other rule is prescribed?
Then that will become correct.
I think that we'd have to...
When will you finally grasp this simple proposition?
But isn't there such a thing as truth?
No. Truth is a metaphysical abstraction.
Miss Anderson, we...
But isn't communism a truth, then?
Only as long as it is ordered. If tomorrow the leaders disown communism and adopt something else, then that will become the only truth.
Now, wait just a minute. This is getting entirely out of hand. Miss Bishop, we want to give you every consideration, as long as you contain yourself within the borders of considered judgment. We're bending over backwards to be reasonable. Perhaps you've forgotten both your responsibility to your leaders and to your father?
I'm sorry. I apologize if I have been reactionary. I shall try to conform in the future.
Now, that's more like it. Your remark just now shows an entirely different spirit. We'll be examining your future work with interest, Miss Bishop.
You are listening to Tears for Miss Bishop, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Traduisez l'exercice, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Martin.
Oui, mademoiselle. L'histoire américaine.
La traduction, je vous prie.
Pardonnez-moi. The American history. The colonies were settled as an outthrust of capital, of British capitalism. During the colonial period, 2 exporting classes.
C'est correct?
2 exploiting classes appeared in the new land. The capitalists of the North and the slaveholders of the South. Thus, at the time of the War for the Independence, the War of Independence, the people were subjected to a triple exploitation by the English bourgeoisie, by the northern capitalists, and by the southern slaveholders.
Très bien. La phrase suivante, mademoiselle Turner, s'il vous plaît.
En anglais ou en français?
En anglais, comme Monsieur Martin.
The slave system was deteriorated.
Class? C'est bien, encore, mademoiselle.
The slave system was destroyed, but the
people did not win freedom. Following the death of Mr. Lincoln, or following the death of Lincoln, who was killed by an assassin, bribed by capitalists and slaveholders, the northern bourgeoisie established a dictatorship, which was continued until it was overthrown by the Communist People's Government.
C'est bien. Enfants, mes élèves.
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Oui, monsieur.
Puis-je parler en anglais?
Yes, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, not about the translation, but about what it says. I have some books at home that cover the same material, and there's nothing in there about a dictatorship of the northern bourgeoisie. It talks about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and several other things.
Please, sir, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Martin, I believe that you should check with the authorities to see if your books are on the approved list. As you know, times change, circumstances change, things, viewpoints change from time to time. And what we think is right today may prove wrong tomorrow. I know that you have asked these questions because of an honest desire to find the truth. All I have to say is that this quotation on American history is taken directly from an approved book. And I wouldn't think too much about it. After all, it's only an exercise in grammar. And now back to the French. À 75, nous trouverons un promenade dans les rues. Si vous avez souvent visité une ville...
Well, it's about time you came to see your father.
Hello, Dad.
Give me a kiss, huh?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
And come, kiss me again, sweet and 20. 10 kisses short as one long as 20. Shakespeare.
Oh, from what?
12th night, Act 2, Scene 3.
Ah, you old faker. You'd have said anything just to show off.
Oh, no. Can't fool me on my Shakespeare. In fact, you can't fool me at all. What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing?
Yes, there is. Come on, tell me about it.
I feel so helpless. Month after month, watching those students say the words of communist propaganda. Not even knowing that their minds aren't being taught, they're just being trained.
I know.
It isn't a system of education, it's a mass training along the party line. Here, look at these. These are orders for the teachers. Listen to this one. Mathematics teachers will choose or devise problems which involve the application of mathematical knowledge to military affairs. That is an order. Here's another one. Physical education in our school is most intimately related to the cultivation of communist morality and the traits of Bolshevik character in the students. And they have that same sort of thing for every class in the college.
And you can't fight it. There's nothing that can be done. That's the way things are. That's all there is to it.
But there's not even any pretense at real education or freedom of thought or any development of those good young minds. It's a case of teach these things because we say they are true.
And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm very proud of you for realizing what we have lost, what we may never be able to regain. I've been so wrong trying to live with them. Trying to compromise with myself just to keep on living.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes, it is. The fault of every one of us who lets this sort of thing go on. They came here last week. There were 16 of them. With a truck. They went into my library and took nearly every book. All except a few that were on the approved list. All my beautiful books. All my life went out of that door with them. You see, Anne, they were afraid of the truth those books contained.
Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I am. I'm so very sorry.
I've made my decision, Anne. Tomorrow I'm resigning my position, resigning from the party. I have only one thing left to do. That's to die as an honest man.
Come in. please.
I have a note here, Miss Anderson. Does Dean Maxwell
Dean Maxwell will see you in a few minutes. First, I want to see you.
Very well, but I have only a few minutes.
Everything going well in your classes?
I think so.
No complaints about our methods of instruction or what you have to teach?
No.
It will be interesting to see if your replacement likes them, too.
My replacement? I don't understand.
I never liked you, Miss Bishop. Right from the start, I knew you were a troublemaker.
But I've been doing everything...
Every time I tried to get rid of you, the others would talk me out of it because of your dear father, the great Henry Bishop, Commissar of Culture, world traveler and lecturer, and a member of the party.
Miss Anderson, I'm only trying to...
Shut up and sit down. I've sent in 100 reports on you. Every little slip you made was grist for my mill. Every time you tried to put in your own ideas, I reported it. I didn't like you when you first walked in the door. Oh, the others kowtowed to you because you were Bishop's daughter, but that didn't mean anything to me. And now it's paying off. Now I'm getting rid of you, and I'll see to it that you never work again at teaching or anything else. I'll have you followed by the police every hour for the rest of your life. The great Henry Bishop's daughter, all the advantages, money, beautiful homes, traveled all over the world. And now, Miss High and Mighty, little Judy Anderson is going to give you your comeuppance. You're through. Finished. Washed.
I think I've heard enough.
You haven't heard half enough.
I demand that you let me see Dean
You
Maxwell
demand. Oh, that's a good one. That's right.
Yes, I demand it. And I'm sure that when my father hears about this...
Oh, your father. Did I forget to tell you? Your father's dead.
No. No, he can't be.
No, he can't be. But he is. He's dead since this morning.
Oh, no.
And with him goes all your protection, little Miss Bishop. You're a nonconformist, a troublemaker, and no good for the party. For you're not even a party member. And what's more, Dr. Maxwell! Dr. Maxwell!
Miss Henderson, did you tell her?
Yes, I did.
Get out of here.
This is my job, and I intend
Get out
to do
of here now. I am an old man. But if you don't leave, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Well, I'll certainly see that the leaders hear about this.
There. Try it out, Anne. Go ahead. Try it out.
It's true. My father...
Yes, Anne, it's true. Henry died this morning. They sent word to me, and I wanted to tell you myself. I didn't know that...
But I saw him just last night, and he was...
How anyone could be so low.
No, that's right, Dean Maxwell. Don't... How did it happen?
There weren't any details. The state is taking care of his funeral.
Oh, they should. They ran his life for him. They killed him. He was going to resign, and so they killed him.
I don't know what to say, Anne. I can't think straight anymore. If there were only some...
Maxwell, for the first time in months, I am able to think straight. Maybe you'll understand this, and maybe you won't, but I feel as if a heavy weight has been taken off my brain. My father is gone. But he's where no one will ever be able to hurt him again. Or make him do things that he knows are wrong. I almost envy him.
Yes, Anne. I do understand. But what will you do now?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Tell my class the truth. Class, please. Please, I beg you to listen carefully to what I have to say. And to remember it well, because I have only a few minutes to talk to you, and then you'll never hear my voice again. This is my last lesson with you. During the months that I have sat in this chair and watched you progress in your studies, some of you have become my friends. And others of you are my enemies. You are spies in a police state that is ruled by fear and treachery.
Miss Bishop, that's treason that you're talking.
Anyone who wishes...
Are you out of your mind?
Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now.
You get us all in trouble. I'm going after the authorities. And the rest of you had better leave, too.
Please. If you want to leave, if you're afraid of hearing what I have to say, I'll understand that. Good. Then listen to me carefully. The hope of the future is in the same place it always has been. In the minds of young people like you. In the students of today. But today you are not students. You are only workers in a school. Your books are filled with lies. You know that. Or you've suspected it. And you've seen how simple truths have been twisted into immense lies through communist propaganda. Your parents may have told you some of the truth. And you yourselves have noticed other examples of contradiction. You have seen how every class is filled with what they call Marxist morals. But this is all I have to say to you. It's a simple thing. If you are students, then study what is going on. Study life as you are living it. See how communism has brought fear and mistrust and deceit and corruption to every part of this life. Study what they have done to our proud American history. Talk about it among yourselves and with others. Our most priceless possession was freedom of thought. Without that, we're nothing but animals obeying orders of our masters and cringing beneath their whips. But they are afraid, too. Afraid of the truth. Truth is a powerful weapon. They know that. They know that their lies can no longer exist if the truth is told. And you, as students, must search out that truth and let it be known. Only then will the world regain its freedom.
There she is. Miss Bishop, come with us, please.
Yes, Mr. Lott.
Everybody keep quiet and remain in your seats. Well, Miss Bishop?
Yes. I'm coming.
You have just heard a story of what happens to freedom of thought, the democratic system of education under a communist regime. This is what would happen to our American system if communism ever gained control. You think this could not happen? It is happening right now today in every country dominated by communism. It did happen to Dr. H.C. Burckhardt in Soviet Russia. After living the events you have just heard, Dr. Burckhardt disappeared from Russia as an enemy of the state. You have been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mercedes McCambridge as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop. Raymond Burr was Dean Maxwell, Lou Krugman was Henry Bishop, and Isabel Jewell was Miss Anderson. Completing the cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Tears for Miss Bishop was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. To illustrate what happens to a man of the arts under a communist regime, Gregory Peck plays the part of Charles Reed in A Matter of Fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first of a series of chamber music concerts which is being presented by the Springfield County Museum. Today's artists were the Muse-Art Piano Quartet. Future concerts will include the American Art Quartet, the Seidenberg and Rebner Piano Team, the Lillian Stubner Trio, and the Kempinski String Quartet. I hope to see you all here again next Sunday at 3 p.m. Thank you and good afternoon.
Mr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Havenscott. Enjoy the program?
I thought it was simply superb. Magnificent. I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed it. Such melody. Such music.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Havenscott, and I'm sure our future programs will be equally as good. Oh, here's Mr. Reed. Afternoon, Jack.
Afternoon, Jim. Nice program.
Thank you. Well, this is Mrs. Havenscott. I'd like you to meet Mr. Reed, the director of the Springfield Museum.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm so happy to know you. You're all doing such wonderful work bringing all this culture to Springfield.
Well, we're happy if our efforts please you.
Goodness knows this is one place the communists haven't tried to interfere with. Everything else in town has to be supervised. Well, do forgive me if I run off. I must talk with you again sometime.
Good day.
Goodbye. There's appreciation of art for you. That woman knows nothing about music, but she's been here for every series. I'd like to talk about it to her friends, I guess.
Well, that remark she made about the communists interfering, I'm afraid they've finally gotten around to us.
Oh, no. What could they possibly find wrong with the museum?
I'm having a meeting in my office tomorrow morning with the rest of the staff. I expect to have the complete directive by then.
Oh, I don't see what they could possibly want with us. Everything in the museum is... Well, it just is.
We'll know more about it tomorrow. Now, how about coming over for dinner tonight?
Oh, thanks a lot, but not tonight. I'm booked.
Grace?
Who else? Tell Stella I said hello anyhow. See you in your office tomorrow. I'm curious to know about our new directive.
More potatoes, Edward.
No, thanks, Mom.
Charles?
No, I'm finished. What's for dessert?
Ice cream cake. Pour the coffee, will you?
Say, Dad, I heard you and Mom talking about some new directives for the museum. What are they going to do?
Oh, I don't know, son. I'm getting the full information in the morning.
Oh, I'll bet they'll do the same thing they're doing to us in history.
What do you mean?
Remember that history book you gave me? The one you used in college?
Yes.
Well, every year when we get our new history text, the facts go farther and farther from what your book says. It's a little confusing.
Here we are. Pass me your plate.
Well, what is it that confuses you?
Well, for example, World War II. I want to read something to you that we were studying today. I'll go get my book.
Poor boy. He's confused.
I don't understand how they think they can twist facts to suit their own purpose. Do they think people will believe them?
Well, look at Edward. All he knows about the war is what he learns in school or what we tell him.
Stella, what are you driving at?
Charles, I really think we shouldn't contradict their teaching.
Stella.
Well, they've put him in work brigades night after night as punishment for his refusal to accept their version of history. He's the one who's suffering.
Sorry to be so long. I couldn't find the place I was looking for. Here's what it says. Only the heroic struggle of the Soviet armed forces, which fought fascist Germany single-handed, made it possible for them, without any outside help, to completely smash the Hitler war machine and liberate Europe from the German fascist invaders.
Oh, doesn't it say anything about a little help from us by means of an invasion?
Yes. Here. The main objectives of the landings by the English and Americans was not so much to defeat the Germans as to forestall the complete liberation of Western Europe by the Soviets.
Give me that book.
Dad, my book!
I'm sorry.
Edward, pick up your book. I'll help you now. Charles, I think you'd better rest. You have a meeting in the morning.
Good morning, Margaret. Mr. Reed in?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Fowler. Mr. Reed is in conference with Mr. Davis.
Who?
After the communists took over here, he was appointed to the top position in the Ministry of Information. And from what I've heard, they're going to take over public information services, like libraries and museums.
Well, I can understand why they want to take over the libraries. I suppose there's a lot of material they don't want the public to read, but museums, why, everything here is past history. There's nothing they can change here.
Well, they've been at it an awfully long time in there. You want me to find out if Mr. Reed can see you?
No, the meeting of the department heads starts in 10 minutes. I just wanted to see if he was ready.
You might as well sit down. No telling how long they'll be there.
I don't exactly know how I'm going to break this to my staff. These regulations are quite radical.
Nevertheless, they will be made. They are important. That is why I came here personally to present them. In the future, a member of the ministry will make periodic checks to see that you do not deviate.
I see. Morning, Jim. Mr. Davis, I'd like you to meet one of my staff. This is Mr. Fowler, head of our music department, Jim. This is Mr. Davis of the Ministry of Information.
Morning. How do you do? It is unfortunate that some of your programming will have to be changed, Mr. Fowler.
Changed? How do you mean?
Mr. Reed will inform you of the changes. I shall see you again soon, gentlemen. Good morning.
What's he talking about?
Oh, I'd better break it to the whole staff at once. Margaret, I'll be in the meeting hall. No calls until I'm through.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
That pipsqueak. That unspeakable moron.
Lord, if that is all that.
Do you know anything about Davis's background?
A little.
You won't believe some of the things you're going to hear. And coming from that illiterate, that ignorant...
Hey, you better compose yourself, son. I've never seen you this flustered.
Well, I've never been this flustered. I didn't sleep well last night. Blew up at home, and now this.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please be seated. Gentlemen, I suggest you prepare yourselves for a shock. Or rather, several shocks. All of our schedules here at the museum have been altered. Music, films, talks, and the art exhibition. We'll start with Fowler and his musical program. What was your schedule, Jim?
We were going to present a series of 12 concerts featuring the chamber music of France. You had the first program yourself yesterday afternoon.
Yes. Effective immediately, the entire program will be discontinued.
Oh, no. Jim, you can't be serious.
I'm perfectly serious. Now for the documentary films, gentlemen. The series of films entitled Fishing Around the World is canceled. An approved film showing the advantages of living on a collective farm will replace the one entitled Speckled Trout Across Canada. I presume that this film is considered subversive. Gentlemen, quiet, please. Now, here are the written regulations governing your various departments. I shall not cover the instructions given us in regard to which paintings we may exhibit, nor on the subjects we may discuss. Your schedules will be altered to conform with these approved programs immediately.
Oh, come in, Fred.
Oh, excuse me, Jim. I didn't know you were using your own.
That's all right. You needn't go. Now, wait till I turn this down a minute. There. That's better. Didn't realize how loud I had it.
Yeah, it's nice. What is it?
Some of the approved music. Shostakovich.
Oh, it sounds okay.
Oh, sure, but how can I put this kind of stuff on in our music rooms? It needs a symphony orchestra, and all the chamber music that's any good is on the kaput list. You can't use it.
I'm having the same trouble with films. I'm going to ask Reed if we can discontinue the series entirely.
Mr. Fowler, Mr. Taylor, would you step out into the hall, please?
Oh, Mr. Reed, I wanted to talk to you. My schedule of films, it seems that... Oh.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Taylor.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with Mr. Reed. It wasn't anything.
Mr. Davis wants us to accompany him.
Please, I'd like to hear what Mr. Taylor has to say about his...
Well, I wanted to ask if we could discontinue the series.
Doesn't the subject matter appeal to you, Mr. Taylor?
It isn't exactly that. It's just that the attendance has fallen off. It hardly seems worthwhile.
Nevertheless, you will continue to show them. And I suggest that you publicize them a little more than you've been doing. That may increase the attendance somewhat.
I shall be happy to comply with any instructions issued by the director, Mr. Reed. After all, it is his prerogative to determine
Mr. Taylor, I should like to remind you that the cultural activities in this city fall under the Ministry of Information, and I am in charge of that department. Mr. Reed serves only to transmit orders from my office.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Davis. I am director of this museum. I don't intend to be a mere figurehead.
I am not interested in your intentions. I shall remind you of one thing. If there is any further deviation from the orders issued by the ministry, you may be even less than a figurehead. Now, I did not come here to argue with you. Just opened a new exhibit, I understand.
Yes, we have. It's pottery and porcelain from various ages.
That's the one. I wish to see it. All of you will please accompany me.
This is the section, Mr. Davis. What in particular did you wish to see?
All of it. It's quite a large room. Good display cabinets.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Crandall, this is Mr. Davis, in charge of culture for Springfield. He wishes to see your pottery and porcelain exhibit.
Oh, that's very nice. We have a wonderful selection from primitive times to the present day. Now, where would you like to start?
Oh, it's the same to me. This place reminds me of a novelty store.
Oh, but surely you're not serious, Mr. Davis. Well, now, let's start right here with the decorated pottery of ancient Greece and Italy. Now, this one on the lower shelf is a Roman crater or mixing bowl. It bears the design of the seasons and dates back to the 1st century before Christ.
Fine, but I do not have time for you to describe every piece. Let's move more quickly.
Oh, well, now, over here we have English porcelain, and here we see some early Chinese pottery sculpture. Notice the horse from the Tang Dynasty and the rare blue clay.
That's enough. Let's get on with it.
But Mr. Davis, you're hardly looking at any of the art objects. Why do you keep looking at the walls and ceiling?
I was thinking that it is a shame to waste such good storage space.
Mr. Davis.
Mr. Crandall, I don't think that Mr. Davis cares to see any more.
On the contrary, I find it quite interesting. Do go on, Mr. Crandall.
Oh, well, yes. Now, right here. Well, here is our prize exhibit.
You mean that flower pot?
Mr. Davis, this is a 14th century Syrian vase. Notice the metallic luster and the beautiful blue glaze. And
unlock the case, Mr. Crandall.
Sir?
I'd like to take a closer look.
Well, Mr. Reed, I don't think...
Unlock the case.
Do as he says, Mr. Crandall.
Well, yes, of course. Now, please, Mr. Davis, don't take it off the shelf. You might...
Now, what is so wonderful about a piece of dishware?
Dishware? Why, for years this was in the Victorian Albert Museum. We have received hundreds of requests to display it. Now, if you will only look closely at the...
How clumsy of me.
You did that on purpose.
Mr. Reed, I want all of this junk moved out of here. We're going to move the public library in this section of the museum. And, of course, we shall no longer need the services of Mr. Crandall. He's dismissed.
That must be them now, Charles. Will you get it?
All right. Well, good evening. Come in.
Hello, Charles.
Evening, Jack. Here, let me take your coat.
Hello, Grace. Jim, nice to see you. Here, Charles, I'll put the coats away. Give the children a drink, will you?
Oh, children. You make it sound like you two are a couple of old fogies.
No such thing. Here, I have the martinis all mixed. Shall I pour one for you, Stella?
Yes, indeed.
I hear we have a new employee at the museum, Chuck.
You didn't mention that to me, Charles.
Well, he just came to work this morning. I didn't know I was getting him. He was appointed by the ministry.
Davis's idea.
Oh, who is he?
His name is Shukov. He's from Russia. Seems they're importing native communists to take over supervision of all the ministries in America. This one's a specialist on museums and art.
Someone else to look out for, though Davis wasn't bad enough. This one will be on our necks all day long.
No, I don't know. I had quite a talk with him today. Doesn't seem like a bad sort. In fact, when I told him about Davis breaking the vows, he seemed a bit shocked. Oh, he didn't say anything outright, but I think he doesn't quite approve of Davis or his methods.
You be careful of what you say to him. There's no telling what he might do, in spite of how nice he may seem.
Well, don't worry. I haven't said anything, mostly listened. We're to meet again in the morning to talk about revising the setup of our exhibits.
If they keep it up, there won't be anything left to show.
Well, we can only hope he won't be too harsh.
Well, there's one thing we can be thankful for anyway. With all the purges and disappearances that have been going on, nothing's happened to anyone close to us.
There's little enough to be thankful for in a land that's occupied by a foreign power. Let's hope it doesn't get any worse than it is. Now, this is supposed to be a party. Charles, another martini, please.
You are listening to A Matter of Fact, starring Gregory Peck. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
This section is where we have our porcelain and pottery exhibits. We're converting it into a library. Another of Mr. Davis's innovations.
It seems to be another small area for a library.
Mr. Davis tells us that our library will be considerably thinned out by the time it's ready to move in.
I see. I have enjoyed immensely this tour of your building.
Well, this is all of it.
Huh? Well, then I wonder if I might speak to you alone, Mr. Reed.
Surely. Oh, Jim Davis is coming in this afternoon to look over our exhibits on inventions. I wonder if you'd mind checking there to see if everything's in order.
Oh, sure. Be glad.
Now, let's step into Crandall's old office and get away from this noise. I have a slight headache.
Sorry? It's nothing serious?
No, I don't know. I've been having them for some time. Please sit down. Thank you. Chairs are a bit dusty. Now, what did you wish to speak to me about?
Mr. Reed, some of what I say to you here, I will say at great risk to myself, although I have no notorious revelations to make. You are an intelligent man, and you have a deep appreciation of the arts.
Well, thank you, but what...
In Russia, I held a position similar to that which you hold here. And in Russia, the communists did the same things they are doing here. At first I protested. I soon found that it was safer to do as they said. By following the party line, I became an authority on museum work, although I was not particularly more qualified than many others.
Mr. Shukov, why are you telling me this?
Because I respect you, Mr. Reed, and because I want you to respect me. There will be things, intolerable things, that I must make you do while I am here. Changes in your work that will repulse you. I hate it, all of it.
You know that you could be killed for making a statement like that.
Yes, I know. But I had to speak to someone. You see, I had spent my whole life in Russia until they sent me here to supervise the alterations in the American museums. Always I had heard about how freedom of expression was denied to the American people.
What caused you to change your mind?
I have been impressed by the truthfulness of your museums. There as they should be, houses of truth in which there can be no place for falsification and counterfeits, things that true scholarship cannot tolerate.
So far, we haven't had to falsify anything.
But you will.
I don't understand. What is there in a museum that you can make false? Everything here is simply a matter of fact. You can't change facts.
You would be surprised at some of the facts that communism can change. In fact, you may witness the alteration of some facts this very afternoon when Mr. Davis arrives.
Yes, Mr. Reed. I'm over here in the electrical section.
Sorry I didn't catch you when you came in.
Oh, that's all right. I've been enjoying myself browsing through these displays. They're very amusing.
Amusing?
Yes, I don't know who's been doing your research, Mr. Reed, but I've never seen a more flagrant display of misinformation. Take this exhibit right here, the works of Thomas Alva Edison.
Edison was one of America's greatest inventors.
But what did he invent?
What? Everything you see on display here.
Permit me to show you where you're wrong. This card here, for example. It reads, Edison includes among his first inventions in the field of telegraphy the transmitter and receiver for the automatic telegraph, similar to the model displayed here.
Well, he did invent it.
Mr. Reed, I have with me some notes from the encyclopedia compiled by the Communist Academy of Science. In them, you will find that the transmitter and receiver shown here were invented by Jacobi in St. Petersburg in the year 1845. Mr. Edison wasn't born until 2 years later.
Mr. Davis, I don't believe that, and I don't think you do either.
This is just one of the many errors I find here. It seems that your greatest errors lie in the dates of these inventions. The most important advances in almost every field come after the revolution in Russia. Under communism and its resultant freedom, men of science were able to forge ahead in these many fields. Let us consider this carbon telephone transmitter.
Edison worked with Emil Berliner on that. They invented it together.
The telephone was invented in Russia. I see that you have credited Edison with the invention of the first motion picture machine. This was invented by Boldyrev.
What other inventions did the communists inspire, Mr. Davis?
In this department, almost everything you have attributed to these imposters. You know, of course, Viktor-Semsky.
No.
Then you are not fit for your job. He invented the photographic method of recording and reproducing sound. Edison had nothing to do with that, nor with sound motion pictures.
I think I've heard enough, Mr. Davis.
There is much more, Mr. Reed. You will see that the proper changes are made. Come with me. Here. A model of the plane in which the first sustained flight was made by the Wright brothers, Poppycock. 25 years before them, Golubev became the first flyer in the world when he flew the first motor-driven plane built by Alexander Mochasky, the father of modern aviation.
May I see those notes, Mr. Davis?
You may. And in your office, you will find a copy of the Academy of Science Encyclopedia to guide you in making the necessary changes in these exhibits.
I see. This is quite interesting. The theory of jet propulsion was originally developed under the Communist Aeronautic League. And the design for the first jet plane was suggested by
Tsiolkovsky.
Yes. Now, this list covers a multitude of subjects. Aeronautics, electricity, transportation, communication.
That is correct. Please see that the guide cards are changed in accordance with the Academy Encyclopedia so that proper credit is given for all these works.
Is that all?
Yes, that is all. Oh, yes. The bust of Benjamin Franklin in the main hallway.
You wish to have the bust removed?
Oh, yes.
Franklin's experiments in electricity were stolen from early Russian scientists.
You knew this all along?
Why, of course. His statue will be removed immediately.
Not removed. Destroyed.
Oh, destroyed, of course. Like this.
Control yourself, Mr. Reed. You will need those notes. You serve no purpose by tearing them up.
Now, let us play safe. Let us destroy all photographs and paintings and statues and books. Burn them!
I don't think that will be necessary. Just a certain few which we find are not in keeping.
And the names of the artists will be removed from our paintings, and we'll add the name of some communists.
Mr. Reed, you've been working too hard. A little rest will do you.
What of our painting in the lobby? The one of Adam and Eve. Shall we have it removed? Or has it been established by the ministry that they, too, were communists?
Don't get excited.
Oh, I have an even better idea. Why don't we just tear down the whole museum, Mr. Davis? This model of the telephone. Edison didn't invent this. Tear down and destroy. Where did communism begin its work of alteration, Mr. Davis? Wasn't it with the churches? All the churches have been closed or destroyed. Like this. What about the symbols of religion? What about God, Mr. Davis? You destroyed the statues and paintings of Jesus Christ himself. And freedom. What have you done to freedom? You've torn it from the people. You ripped the heart and soul out of every freedom-loving country on earth. Ripped the heart out as you ripped fine tapestry. Destroy. Destroy as you destroy a fragile piece of valuable pottery. Like you destroyed every semblance of decency.
like you destroyed human rights and religion and freedom. Destroy every vestige of decency and honor and faith and life.
Yet on Mr. Reed?
No, I haven't. No one answers at the house.
Well, how about the Ministry of Information?
They said they'd call us if they found out anything. And Mr. Davis said he was coming over this afternoon to see how we were progressing on labeling the new exhibit.
Well, he's going to be unhappy. It's not coming along very well. Nobody wants to put up those lies.
I've been typing a list of the inventions. Listen to what they say. Further information will be forthcoming on other inventions developed under the Communist Academy. These include calculating machines, ice hockey, guerrilla warfare, cobblestone streets, and the bicycle.
Do they actually think anyone would believe that?
Here's another quote. Only in communistic theaters is Shakespeare performed as he was intended to be performed.
Come in, Mr. Shukov. We were just reading about some of the inventions which were inspired by communism.
It's rather ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, Mr. Shukov, that's a strange thing for you to say.
Not so strange. Being careful is a waste of time. You see, some days ago I had several long talks with Mr. Reed. He knows how I feel about this sacrilege.
Then you don't follow this line?
No, I never have. But it was necessary to appear to be doing so in order to survive.
Still, it isn't wise to air these opinions so freely.
What difference does it make? The communists have altered the laws of nature to suit themselves. They have made a mockery of history. What good is accomplished when one must go through life wearing blinders, seeing only half-truths?
Mr. Reed felt that way, too.
Yes. But he won't have to cope with the evils of communism anymore.
Why not?
He's insane.
You have just heard what happens to a cultural institution under a communist regime. You have just heard how facts can be altered to suit the purpose of the party in power. You think this could not happen? It did happen. It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Russia. It did happen in the Lenin Museum in Moscow. In this museum, in order to hide true facts, the communists destroyed and counterfeited all material unfavorable to their regime. You have been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Gregory Peck as Charles Reed in A Matter of Fact, with Raymond Burr featured as Davis. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. town failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a boy and his dad. Jeffrey Silver stars as Mike Malloy in Your Loving Son, Mike.
Frank.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. What is it, buddy?
May I see you for just a minute?
You go ahead. Yes, Tom. I'll be right there, buddy. I'll write the prescription.
Okay, Doc. Glad it's nothing serious.
What is it, buddy?
Close the door. That man, Frank. I saw him from the window again. Look.
I don't see anyone.
He was there a minute ago, I'm sure.
Oh, you're letting your imagination.
No, I'm not.
And last time...
That wasn't my imagination either, Betty. I'm sorry, darling.
Maybe you were mistaken again.
I suppose I could have been.
That's better. Now relax. Stop whispering.
If only you hadn't opposed them.
The Springfield Medical Society was glad to have someone speak up.
They're always glad to have someone else speak up against the party.
Well, somebody's got to on this issue. It's one thing for the local Communist Party to decree the hours of work. Oh, and they want to inoculate the whole population with an untried, unproved serum.
But you always have to be the one to read the doctor's oath to them. You've done it before, you know, more than once.
And nothing's ever happened, has it?
Well...
And it won't be any different this time. Stop worrying. Get back to that, apple pie, is it?
Promised Mike pie for tonight.
Let's pull the shade up and come away from the window. See, where is Mike? I didn't hear the usual slam of the back door this afternoon.
Still at school, I guess. Friday's the end of the term, and they're registering for junior high.
Smart kid. Going into junior high already. He'll make a fine doctor someday.
Oh, Frank, 11 is just about the average age to start junior high, so don't go exaggerating.
Hey, Betty. Come to think of it, I didn't hear the back door slam yesterday either. His report card. That's it. Has he shown it to you?
Oh, my gosh. No.
So that's why he's making himself scared.
You don't think he was left back?
Dr. Malloy.
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'll bring the unpleasant subject out to dinner.
Oh, don't be too hard on him.
I'll be tactful. I'll get to it just about apple time.
More gravy, Ma, please.
Sure, Mike.
A piece of bread to soak it up with?
Oh, thanks, Dad. Gravy's the best part of it, except for the apple pie, I mean.
And milk?
I'll drink it later, Ma.
You know, son, milk's pretty expensive these days.
I'll drink it, Dad.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if your mother didn't go without a few things she needs so you can have enough milk.
Oh.
You know, it's up to you and me to see that Mother gets enough money for herself, too.
Sure, Dad. Ma, you don't think that Dad or that I wouldn't always take care of you?
Well, of course not, dear. And just how do you
I
propose
want to be a doctor like you, Dad. You know that.
It's a pretty long grind, son. Through school, I mean.
Well, it's been agreed. We always said so.
Now, if you wanted to be a policeman like Roy McClure next door...
He's a plainclothesman, Dad.
Well, detective or cop, he didn't have to go to school for 8 years.
But, Dad, I thought you wanted me to be a doctor like you.
Oh, I do, Mike. But how about that 8 years of school?
I wouldn't mind it, honest, Dad.
You haven't, of course, played any hooky this last month.
Oh, gee, Dad, Pete McClure and me did
Pete
go.
McClure and I, Mike.
Yeah. Him and I...
He and I.
Yeah, Ma. We only went... Hey, Dad, did I tell you that I got 3 E's and 4 B's? Not even a C. You can look at my report card.
May I?
Oh.
They do still give out report cards, don't they?
Yes, Dad.
And this is the end of the term, isn't it?
Day after tomorrow is, Dad. Tomorrow we're all supposed to fill out application cards for junior high.
That is those who have passed will.
But I passed, even though my report card does show that... Well, Dad, gee, I did sort of go to see the Springfield Tigers beat the Red Stars 7-5, and I did see him lose the next 2 games and win the 2 after that.
Now may I see your report card?
Wouldn't it be better if we had the apple pie first, Dad?
I think I'd like to see if 5 games were all you saw.
Yes, Dad. He played hooky 5 times.
I only knew about his going to 3 games.
And you didn't tell me.
Now, you must have known about at least 2. Liz McClure told me about her boy, and Mike, she must have told you, too.
Well, I just couldn't tell on him, Frank.
Neither could I. Well, as long as he passed that, I think we can cut the apple pie.
Dad, I want to tell you that I sort of went fishing.
Oh, see who it is, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, hi, Miss McClure.
Hello, Betty. Frank, can I see you a minute?
Are you feeling sick, Roy?
No.
Oh, what's up?
I've got to see you.
Okay. Excuse me, Betty. You and Mike go ahead with the pie.
Well, Roy, is it anything?
Let's go into the office. Go ahead with dinner, Betty.
The party's tagged you, Frank. I've got orders to arrest you.
Because of my stand at the Medical Society?
I don't know officially, but ever since they took me out of uniform, I've only been making political arrests.
So I'm a political unreliable. I'll give him a fight at the trial.
You don't understand. I take my prisoners to Shark Island.
Shark Island?
In the Caribbean.
But they've got to give me a trial.
For the love of heaven, listen to me. I know what's happening to you. It's a political arrest. There's no hearing, no trial, no appeal. The party's denounced you. Don't. I just got the phone call to bring you in. And my 2 hatchetmen will be here as quick as they can get across town. I just thought I could make it a little easier.
Frank, what is it?
It's that business at the Medical Society.
Are they taking Frank's license away?
Betty, you may as well hear this straight and fast. Lord knows that I'm in their hands as much as you are. But, well, I'm taking Frank away tonight. I don't know when you'll be seeing him.
No. Oh, Frank.
They're just trying to scare me.
They'll have to let you go.
They won't hold me long, Betty.
Maybe years there have been others.
The others committed political crimes.
Where'll they send you?
Roy says it's an island in the Caribbean.
Roy, we've got to do something.
There's nothing to do.
There must be.
The party's got you. They've got all of us.
We can run.
Where?
I can't let you. I've got to think of Liz and Pete.
We can go to the party. We can crawl to them. We can beg.
There's no time.
We can scream. We can scream in the street.
Betty!
I won't let them take you.
Please, Betty.
Just let you go.
Remember Mike.
Oh.
You've only got a few more minutes, and they'll be here.
Frank, what about Mike?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go talk to him.
Hurry.
I'll go with you.
No, darling, you stay here. It'll be easier. Just give me a few minutes with him alone. Mike.
Uh-huh. Want some pie?
No, thanks. You think you can hold off on that pie for just a minute? I think I'll sit down. Mike, got something to tell you.
Yes, Dad?
Would you come a little closer, son?
What's the matter?
I've got to go away.
Mr. McClure?
Yeah.
Fishing?
No, Mike. It's on business. It has to do with the Medical Society.
Oh, a convention again?
No. This may be a long trip. Maybe as long as a month.
A month? Well, can't Maud meet and I go with you?
No. It might be for longer, son. It could be for a year.
A year? Where?
I've been assigned to clean up an island.
Where?
Well, I can't say. I don't know exactly, but I'm going tonight, and it might even be longer.
Gee, Dad, that sounds kind of bad. But I'd be good. I wouldn't give Ma any trouble.
That's what I wanted to hear. Listen, Mike. Listen hard and remember. Make a promise.
Sure, Dad.
Promise me you'll take care of your mother. Promise me you'll take care of her by going to school and studying hard. I want you to be a doctor, Mike. More than ever, I want you to be one. You're going to have to earn enough money so that someday you can really take care of her. The way I would.
Sure, Dad. Gee, you're so serious.
Promise?
Cross my heart, Dad. I'll go to school. And no more hooky. So I can take care of Mom till you get back.
Go tell your mother that they're here. The people I'm going with.
They didn't give me a blue card. I didn't get an application card to fill out.
For what? What for, dear?
For junior high. All the other kids in my class got blue cards except me. Except me. Why? I'm going to junior high, too. I promised Dad.
Mike, dear, I...
Mike! Hey, there's Pete. He got a blue card. Hey, Mike! I'm going to ask him. I'm going to find out.
They wouldn't dare. I'll go see the principal in the morning. They wouldn't dare.
I can only repeat, Mr. Malloy, your son's name appeared on the prescribed list yesterday. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There's nothing I will do.
But the child has done nothing.
He's your husband's son.
And you'd punish him for that.
Excluding a politically unreliable person from the Soviet school system is not punishment, but a carefully considered policy of the Communist Party.
But Mike's not even a person. He's just a baby.
Policy is clear, the rule unmistakable.
And what will I say to him? Shall I tell him that he's inherited diseased political blood from his father?
Your tongue, like your husband's, is too loose.
Why can't you be fair?
The Communist Party is fair, by definition.
Oh, you must be mad to punish an innocent child.
I can only repeat, the policy is settled and carefully considered. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There is nothing...
Now, class, are all junior high registration cards in?
Go ahead, Mike, ask me something. I'm scared to, Pete. Go ahead.
I won't ask again.
Suppose she says that I can't.
I warn you, this is the last day of the term. Those children whose parents have neglected to sign the applications will be sorry.
Better ask her now.
Now, those who have turned in their cards will form a line.
Miss Douglas!
Yes, what is it, Michael?
I didn't get a junior high card.
I know it.
But I want to go to junior high.
I know it.
And I passed everything.
I know it.
My mother wants me to go to junior high.
I know it. Yes?
Why don't I get a junior high card?
Ask your mother.
She doesn't know.
Then ask your father.
Oh, hello, Mike. Pete's not home yet.
I know, Mrs. McClure. I don't want to see Pete. I want to see Mr. McClure.
Oh, well, he just got home from the office, I mean.
Did I see him?
Well, I suppose so. He's in the kitchen.
Roy, Mike's come to see you.
Mr. McClure, I'd like to talk to you.
Okay, Mike.
I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, just for us men, huh?
Could we?
Of course, Mike.
Roy, please.
Don't worry, Liz. Now, what's on your mind, Mike?
Mr. McClure, something's wrong about Dad's going away so sudden.
Why?
Well, it was awful sudden.
He's a doctor.
Oh, I know, but everything's gone wrong.
Like what?
Like Mom sounding so worried, and I didn't get my junior high card. Miss Douglas said if we didn't turn in our cards today, we couldn't get to go to junior high. They're not letting me go. I know.
Well, maybe it's just a hold-up because of that hooky that you and...
No, he got a junior high card. Why him and not me?
Well, maybe, Mike, maybe you ought to talk this over with your mother.
No, Dad said not to worry her. Besides, it's all got something to do with you coming over to the house the other night, hasn't it? Hasn't it?
Well, Mike...
You're a policeman, Mr. McClure.
Yes.
Secret police.
That's right, Mike.
Is my dad arrested?
Mike, you'd better talk this over with your mother.
No.
But she'd know best.
I'm not going to worry her. Dad told me to take care of her.
All the same, Mike...
Did you arrest him?
Like I said, Mike,
you'd better talk this
Where
over.
is my dad?
You are listening to Your Loving Son, Mike, starring Jeffrey Silver. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
You're Lieutenant of Secret Police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I want to find out where my dad is.
Who told you to come here?
Nobody. Where is he?
Who is your father?
Dr. Frank Malloy. Where is he?
That's in the secret file.
But I've got to know. I promised him I'd take care of Mom. I got to go to school.
We only take orders here.
And who can tell me?
I'm only Lieutenant of Secret Police. I only take orders.
Who from?
From headquarters. Higher headquarters.
Are you the captain of Secret Police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I only want to find out where my dad is. Aren't you the same man as the other one?
Who told you to come here?
I saw the lieutenant of secret police. Aren't you the same man?
Men in uniform are all the same. Who sent you?
Gotta go to school. I just gotta see my dad.
I only take orders from higher headquarters.
Where's that? Where do I find it? Where is it? Tired. Are you the inspector of secret police?
Who sent you?
I promised my dad to take care of Mom.
Who told you to come here?
Gotta go to school. I've gotta be a doctor so I can take care of my mom. Where is my dad?
I only take orders.
You're the same man.
We're all the same.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
Betty? Betty, are you home? Mike! Betty! Well, Betty, didn't you hear me?
Oh, no. I guess I've just been sitting here.
Any luck finding a job?
No, not an office job.
Why?
I guess I've been blacklisted. I couldn't believe it at first, but after a week of looking...
Did you try the labor exchange?
That's where I found out.
Oh.
They asked me what kind of unskilled labor I'd like to do. Cleaning, washing, farming. Oh, I'm so tired I could die.
No, Betty, it isn't that hopeless, dear. Why, they might let Frank out as suddenly as they arrested him. And Roy's making the trip again tonight. He wants to know if he can take a message to Frank.
Oh, yes. Tell him everything is all right, that I'm working, that I've got my old job back at the old salary, that everyone at the office has been swell to me, that I'm not going to sell any of his instruments, and that we know he'll be out soon.
Roy will tell him.
And tell him that Mike is doing fine at school. He's been a good boy and he's studying hard so that he can be a doctor. To take care of me, he says.
Guy.
Hey. Oh, hello, McClure. Want to see the doc?
Yeah.
Bring another pigeon down with you?
Yep. I feel kind of feverish. I thought I'd better get a pill or something.
Plenty of typhoid hereabouts. Yellow fever, too.
Doc? Take it easy now. Keep your voice down. Take a look at my throat, Doc. I feel a little unsteady.
Roy, I've been waiting for you to come. How's Betty and Mike?
Okay, both of them. How about the right side, Doc?
Yes, a little red. You sure she's all right?
She sends her love. All her love.
What's she doing? Turn your head, please.
She's working back at the old job.
Mike, he's not playing hooky.
Don't worry, I'm watching them both. Him and Pete. That kid of yours sure is a beaver with the books.
Say, ah.
Ah.
I'll say that again about Betty's job.
The old job, Frank. The last one that she had.
The last job she had was secretary to an engineer in the secret weapons commissariat. Say again, McClure. What's the matter? Tell me the truth. What's she doing? Quiet. You want to sink me? They wouldn't give her that job back. Now tell me the truth. I'm telling me she can't find a job. You want to get me killed? Don't lie to me. She can get unskilled work. She's not strong enough. She's anemic now. Frank, please keep your voice down. Avoid the truth. They won't let him go to school. And does he know about you? Well, he's trying to find out. What do you mean? He's hounding police headquarters, trying to find out why they won't put him in junior high. I'm pretty sure he suspects you've been arrested. Oh, no.
Mike, are you home?
I'm here, Mom. Oh. Hello, Mom. Mom, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear. I'm just tired.
Better sit down. Here. Working in that laundry.
Oh, I'll get used to it. Hasn't even been a month yet.
You're not strong enough, Mom. You're not getting those pills Dad used to make for you. You okay, Mom? What kind of white? Maybe you ought to let me look at your tongue.
Well, I'll be all right. It's you I'm worried about, Mike, dear.
You don't have to worry about
Mike, you've
me.
got to stop going to police headquarters. They don't like it.
I know. They kicked me out today.
You see,
But I'm going to find out why they won't let me go to school. How I can get to be a doctor like I promised Dad and take care of you. Mom? How can I if they don't let me? You all right, Mom?
Sure. Just let me rest a few minutes.
Mom, you sick? Mom, open your eyes.
Mike, call.
Mom! How come Mrs. McClure?
How's your Ma?
In bed.
Oh. What are you doing here?
Gonna see Miss Douglas.
How come?
Gonna find out once and for all why I can't go to school.
Oh. Say, Mike.
Yeah?
I found out something for you.
What?
My pop goes to see her dad.
Where?
I don't know. I just know he does. Hey, here's Miss Douglas's room. You really going in?
Just watch me.
The class will come to order. I said order. Now, children.
Miss Douglas.
Who gave you permission to come in here?
I just want to...
I asked you a question.
Nobody gave me permission. I just want to...
Then leave at once.
I gotta know why.
What's that?
I gotta know why I can't go to school.
I said that you may leave this room at once.
No.
Very well. Class, pay attention. Your first lesson today will be in communist patriotism. Mike Malloy?
Yes'm.
Do you know what Shark Island is?
I think I...
I'll tell you. It's a prison for traitors to the Communist Party.
Yes'm.
For those who are disloyal to the American Soviet Republic.
Yes'm.
And for those who are traitors to their Soviet profession, and to their Soviet responsibilities as husbands and fathers.
Yes'm. But, ma'am...
Shark Island is where your father was sent to prison.
No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am.
Wait. One thing more.
Yes, sir.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. That is the rule of the Communist Party.
No, don't say that. My mom will hear you. She's sick.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. May not go to school.
But I've got to. I gotta take care of Mama. I promised Dad. I promise. I gotta go to school. I gotta take care of Mom. I promise. I promise. I promise, Dad. I got something to do. I got a message for your pa to take to my dad.
How does my throat look, Doc? It could use another spraying, McClure. Nurse.
Yes.
We're out of methylate. Would you get some from supplies?
Yes, Doctor.
What about Mike? Have you seen him?
Yeah. He busted into the house day before yesterday. He wrote a letter to you.
Have you got it? Where?
Keep your voice down. How long till the nurse gets back?
Good 15 minutes. The letter, Roy.
Yeah. Here.
Dear Dad.
Can't you read it later? The nurse, she's... Oh, what's the matter?
Your loving son, Mike.
What is it, Frank?
God's
curse on him.
Dear Dad. I'm not allowed. Dear Dad. I'm not allowed to go to school because you are counter-revolutionary. Please, Dad, send me a letter and write that I am not your son. Dad, I shall always love you, and you are my father. But still I need such a letter, without which they will not let me go to school. Your loving son, Mike.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a family under the rule of the Communist Party. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Soviet Russia. It did happen to Dr. Agayev Sihangir, who was a political prisoner in the Soviet island of Kond. It was this doctor's son who was barred from school because of his father's imprisonment. You have just heard the letter which he wrote. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jeffrey Silver as Mike and Lou Krugman as Frank in Your Loving Son, Mike. Lillian Bayef was Betty, and Paul Richards was Roy. Others in the cast were Ann Morrison, Paul Frees, Jack Carroll, David Duvall, Ruth Parrott, Joe Cranston, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Your Loving Son, Mike was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.